Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. So let's just wait for you guys to join in. I hope there should be no echoing. I have just closed the voice from my phone to make sure of that. And welcome to the stream. We are continuing working on our chess analysis tool. If you thought we are not going to do that, well, we are here. So it's fine. And yeah, we have a lot of work to do on our MCP server. We had just built the very basic of it. We have just dipped our toes into the software that we are trying to build here, and we have to also start working on the front end. So that's also something. And I've been trying our tool again and again to analyze various games from chess.com, my own games. And I think it's fucking kind of decent. And I've also bought the trial from chess.com. So today we might try comparing some of the results that chess.com gives us, some of the analysis that chess.com gives us, as compared to what our tool is giving right now. And if there are some things we can improve on it, if we can add some more endpoints, if we can provide more context to our tool. And at the same time, I also want to use a local LLM. So right now we are using Cloud, which is a pretty big model, and I think it itself has a lot of memory, because the kind of questions that I've been asking Claude, let me just open that real quick. So the kind of questions that I've been asking Code, like the PGNs that I'm giving it, it is able to tell me which opening I am playing, if a particular move is belonging to that opening or not, and all of those details which I have not provided as such in the endpoint that we created last time. So all of that is happening because we have the memory from Claude itself. So in their training memory, from all the websites, from all the books, from whatever web scrape data it has, it knows what a Karokan opening is or what a Sicilian Dragon opening is and all of those things. So it is aware of those things. And it is using them. But if you want our tool to work proper and to be more model agnostic, we want it to be able to work with smaller tools, smaller LLMs, which have not had enough memory or context about chess itself. So we'll try to do that today. So I'll end up using a smaller model. We can see some kind of small model. I think we can host it with MLX or VLLM. VLLM, I think, will automatically detect the MLX for us. So welcome to the stream. We are just starting working on our chess analysis tool, and we are gonna be building and trying to improve it. We'll try to build a couple more endpoints, and we'll also be starting working on the front end today. So tune in for that. Let's just first set up VLLM, because I haven't set that up in my local system, and that will allow us to use OpenAI like SDKs to actually conversate with our LLM, which would be nice because we want to work with a smaller LLM now. So I'll wait for you guys to join in. Till then, I'm just going to set up VLLM. If you're not aware of that, well, just check online. I'm just going to do that in front of you here as well. Or you can do it after the stream. Yeah. So how do I set this up in Mac? Not GPU or anything. VLLM supports the hardware, NVIDIA CUDA, Apple Silicon. So there is no support for MPS. Can I host something with LMLX? I can, right? MLX, LLM. We have done that once in the stream. So I'm pretty sure I can do that. ML Explorer, MLX LM, pip install LMX LM, and I should be able to generate stuff. Okay, and is there a simpler way to host this model, or do I have to do it manually? So yeah, I'm able to load the model and then I just use it. Okay, we'll try and just do that. We'll just load up the model and we'll see if it is able to work from the code itself. We'll not have to host it separately. That could be a cool way of working with it for now. And I want to use MLX because I know CPU is going to be kind of slow and that is going to hinder our development a lot. And the endpoint development, we are going to still use Claude Code for that because that makes our work way easier and it is a bigger model so that we know if the endpoint is working correctly or not. It's easier to debug these things there. But here it will be a little more tricky to do that, and we'll have to build our own API first, our own UI first, and all those things. So I want to delve into that way later into the project. But yeah, for the UI to work and everything, we can't use Cloud Code anymore because we need some kind of a LLM API. Now the other option I have is to buy an API service and pay them, which I'm not gonna do because you guys are not paying me. I don't receive any super chats or something, or you're not subscribing enough, watching it enough to get me into the monetization criteria. So we are going to suffer through that. We are going to just use VLLM and we're going to host a local host and MCP server. And that's what we are going to do right now. So I'm just going to host and work on MCP, like the MLX part real quick. And then we can come back to how our code works with that. So quickly do that. And also, I think we need to refactor the code a little bit. So I think MCP should be a separate server. I will try to keep MCP as a separate folder. So MCP should be hosted separately. We'll be hosting our fast API service, which is going to be where our LLM and all of those kind of functions are going to reside, and all of the database things that we're going to access through it. And then finally, we're going to have our third service, which is the front end. So that's how we're going to structure it. So I'm just going to create another folder, or I'm just going to rename this to be MCP. Yeah, this is my MCP server now. Nothing else should be really changed. And I'm going to create another folder inside here, which I'm going to call the backend, which is going to be the fast API service. So cool. So we have a backend and MCP, and the MCP server is going to host our endpoints, which is our MCP tools. And the backend is going to host our actual fast API server. So let's just quickly do that. Do I need to change anything else in here? I'm not sure. I also want to refactor this a little bit. So let's just do that. So previously, the game summary tool, we ended up adding everything here itself, but I think it should be a bit more functional. We also have to add unit tests and stuff like that to make it into a really reliable product. So we'll also try to do some test coverage tests and everything. Oh, I really speak bad sometimes, don't I? We need to really work on that. But okay, so let's just try to see what all we can remove from this and make this into separate reusable functions. And let's just try to clean the code a little bit up like that. So yeah, inside of our source, there should be a modules. And in these modules, we're going to add more functions right now. So this thing, the move eval formatter, comes from the helper, I assume. Yeah, this is coming from the helper right now. There's also a format function and also a get engine function. So we need to test all of these things and make sure everything is working. One more thing I noticed is that I think there is some kind of a bug here where I want to load our engine up like this. But what happens is whenever I try to rerun the same query, which I was using in my fast, like the Claude code, whenever I try to retry. So for example, I have just running this. Let's just try to rerun this. Sometimes what happens is that the game summary tool that we have created gives us this error saying that the event loop is dead or something. So some kind of a engine internally is causing an issue. Now I'm not sure, is it because we have created the engine a singleton, or is it something else that is causing that issue? So yeah, right now what is happening? So the issue here is no such file and directory. Oh yeah, that's because we just renamed everything. We need it to work better than that. That's bad then. It should be relative paths. I ended up doing this because I was not able to work while the paths are not working. But ideally, I should be able to do that. So let's just see. So instead of doing all of this, I should just manage to give engines directly, I think. Dot dot slash engines. Just maybe that should work. Let's try doing this. If it still gives us an error, we'll try to do something else. Also, I want to see how actually does the MCP server call it, because I don't want to keep retrying from here. That's kind of annoying. Opening and closing Claude takes up a lot of time. I don't want to waste time in there. I can open it up as a fast API server, and that should let me know about the errors. But that will not call the tool directly. We'll see. We'll see. We'll try to get a better development environment for our MCP. For now, we are just going to work with the server disconnected for troubleshooting guidance. Open developer settings. Why did it fail now? What's the error message? Nope, none of this. Just give me an error message, please. What even is this? Why am I in this? I should be in the, oh yeah, in the developer settings, I should be able to see server disconnected. So my chess analyzer logs. Yeah. Wow, there's this bunch of stuff here. Does FastMCP not provide some kind of a testing endpoint where I can do development? I can call some functions and everything. I think they should. The, Basically, the whole company is based on that. Like, how can it not? Not the company, but the framework. I don't know if it is backed by a company or not. Okay. Using MCP server, blah, blah, blah. What is the error? I don't see any error at all. Yeah, Error calling tool game summary. I think that just happened before. Wait, let's just try doing one thing. Let's just go back to Zen and try searching for fast MCP documentation. I just want to see if they have a better way of handling all of these things. So here I should be able to see some kind of a testing feature or something. So yeah, integration is done. API integration, fast API. That is okay. I think there's just a way to load it from fast API or even push it to fast API. That's the other part way. You can just mount that fast MCP application into a fast API to use it with UVCon and everything. So that's okay. I just want to see if there is some way I can do tests. Yeah, something like this. So if I run this, uh, not this, not like this. I just want to see if there's an endpoint it gives me to run things. Yeah, I am hosting this. Then you tell it where you want to host it. Oh my God, that ear was really itchy right now. Okay. Yeah, I create a bunch of tools, resources, prompts, tag-based filtering is fine. Oh, you can give it a bunch of tags. That's nice to know. Maybe that is helpful. Running the server is okay. You can run it at stdio. That's what we are doing right now. Custom routes is okay. Why do you need routes? Not sure about this one. Okay. Can compose a bunch of functions. Yeah. Open API integration. What is this about? Nope. I don't want to host a service from Open API. Is there no way I can call these tools directly without having to go through all of this? Oh my God, I can't really find something in their documentation. Let's just see if we can. Oh yeah, what's the quick start thing? Add a tool, run the server. Yeah, I got the server running using the FastMCP CLI. So what can the CLI do for me? FastMCP run my server MCP, transport and whatever you give it, and then you can call your server. So yeah, how can I call the server? From a client. Okay, I'll have to use a client. Okay. So we can just do it with some kind of a notebooks because I don't want to host it again and again. So let's just try doing that instead. So I'm gonna use their CLI now. I'm not gonna do the Python run thing directly. So let's just go back here. Let's just go back to our main, and instead of having this here, I will just have to expand this up. And here, what I can do is I can go back to my MCP server folder. And inside here, I should just be able to do this thing. Nope, not twice. 8,000. Cool. So now, oh, it's not showing me fast API right now because somehow the environment is not instantiated. And also, I want to change the name of this. So it should not be backend anymore. It should be MCP. Let's just do that. I'll also have to change it inside of the venv, I think. So I'm just going to deactivate this for now. And inside of the venv that I had created, yeah, there should be a name somewhere. Now I'm really not sure where. Is this the name? Yeah, this should be MCP. Just to keep things clear, which one belongs to which file. Okay, cool. So if I do source dot when pin activate now, it is still being called backend. Why is that? What else? Else do I need to change the name for this to work? Uh, where's the name backend coming from? That's what I'm confused about. In the activate, is there something that is giving it a name? Oh yeah, there is something. So this is here, which should be mcp.1. I think that should be all. So let's deactivate it again. I should actually do these changes while the environment is deactivated. Okay, still not fixed. It really will let me change the name, is it? Let's just delete it. Too much to care about. I'm just gonna do rm-rf dot when. Cool, and I should be able to do UV sync, and this should load everything back up for me. The package fast speed depends on the package MCP, but the name is shadowed in your project. Consider changing the name of the project. Okay, that is actually a big error. Thanks. So we're gonna call it MCP server instead. That makes sense? I hope it does. We're gonna call it, yeah, rename MCP underscore server. And now I should only be needing to change it here. Or maybe even MCP tools or test tools. I think that's a better name. But okay, we're gonna work with this for now. Too many changes. Now if I do UV sync, everything should be taken care of. The when was created, and now it should have the name of my project. So if I do source.when activate, now it should be MCP server. Cool. So we have all the files. Now if I do fast MCP run main.py, and I think our server is called MCP inside of this. Let me just quickly check that. Yeah, it is called MCP. So cool. Everything else works. Yeah, we're going to just host it as HTTP for our testing part. So I'm just going to run this. And inside of the notebooks, I should be able to test the service. So inside of the testing, I think we were using the functions directly. So instead of doing that, we should just be able to, yeah, instead of calling this like from this function, we should be able to call it from the endpoint now. Yeah, we should be able to remove these and also these and import requests instead, or not even requests. What was it asking it to do? Let's just copy this. Oh my god, I couldn't really copy it, is it? Yeah. And this is our test string, so that's fine. Let's just try to close this. Kernel failed to start the process because the kernel needs to be fixed. Yeah. How to delete the kernel? I don't even know that. We should shut down this kernel. And we have to check how to close a particular kernel. So how to delete ipykernel register. Is that something? You can check this. I don't think this will be the way. Will this give us something? I don't think it will. Oh, okay, it did. So if you want to delete a particular server, okay, that's kind of easy then. That would be my chess analysis tool. Cool. It has been deleted. Nice. So now, if I reload this window, it shouldn't show me chess analysis tool anymore. And I have to install it back. So I'll do source. If only I can do that. And here I'm just going to do IPython. Yeah, I've been using this command a lot. Cool. Now that is done, I'm going to reload the window again. We are going to have our so cool. So here what I want is my fast MCP client. Again, going to copy this for the third time now. Now it should be finally done. And here I'm just going to create the client. A lot of boring stuff actually, to be honest. Call tool, yeah. So I'm just gonna give the name of the tool and everything else should just work. But wait a minute. One more thing I'll need is actually my keyword arguments, right? Quads. Oh my god, can I not type? Finally. Async with client result is equal to await dot call tool. I think this is the name of the tool, hopefully. So I'm gonna call it tool name. Yeah, so this is gonna be tool name, and this is just gonna be my quarks. That should be the attributes, I assume. So now, if I go back here, we don't need all of this. This was some silly bug from last time, if you remember, if you were here, actually. Async you can't be called on an event running loop. Oh yeah, this is some Jupyter notebook something. There is a better way to do it on Jupyter notebook, and I don't really remember that. Well, ChatGPT open. Oh, okay. I can do a bit directly. Nice. Just saves me one more import. From there, I can just do. Oh, wait. Client can fail to connect. All connections attempts were failed. Why is the client not running? Oh, did I close the client somehow? How did I do that? Yep. Okay. Let's just activate the environment again. And let's just close this. Cool. Now it should be open. Unknown tool name. Yeah. Because I'm being stupid enough to call it like this. And here it should be game summary. And here we should be able to send the pigeon string. So I'm just gonna call this here. And now after loading up my pigeon summary, I should be able to just do pigeon string, which is gonna be inside of a keyword argument, which is what was the keyword argument? You can just tell me. Not here. I don't know if any of this. Yeah. Inside of my main.py, it should be pgn and side. So the pgn is gonna be pgn underscore string, and the side is gonna be white. Let's just see if this works. Error calling no such file or directory. Okay, now we'll be able to debug this faster. Let's see how or why is this error being caused. So if I go back to my source utils config, I'm seeing that my path is actually dot slash engines, stockfish, and yada yada, but somehow it is not working from here. Maybe because it's taking the path from the source itself, so it should be from the main, maybe. So I should be able to call the instance directly then. Let's see if that works. Does it reload? Does it have auto reload option? Does it? No, it doesn't. Dev, there's some dev thing sometimes. No, fast MCP has no hot reload. Are you kidding me? That would be so boring, bro. Hotfix, no hotfix. Let's just ask this guy. Does fast speed be hot reload? No, there's not. Okay, it's fine. It's still faster than using Cloud Code for this kind of development. Okay, yeah, let's remove the dev flag then. No use. Come on, fast MCP guys. What are we doing? We just need to have for preloading if we are developing something. That's obvious, right? But fine, it's fine, it's fine. Everything is fine. Let's just try running this again. Okay, now it's running. So now the path is correct. So now we are able to work this. So now the paths are relative, which is good. And we should be able to get our move summary, which we should have been hopefully able to get, but we got another failure, which is timeout. Why would there be a timeout? What is the timeout set to be? If you can just tell me. There is a way to set timeout. I'll say it's 600 seconds. Let's see if that works. I think they have some default timeout. We can just check that actually. Why to even imagine something? So yeah, there is a timeout. And what is the default timeout? The default timeout is actually 600 seconds. Why was it taking so long? No, this is what I have set here, right? What is the default one, bro? Nope, 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 nope. You're not getting it. Result call tool MCP. It sends the tool back here. And inside here, timeout is equal to wait time dot delta seconds float. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But where is the oh my god. So much so much attribute drilling going on here. Every attribute is going so many places. Read timeout seconds. Yeah. So what if it is none? Where else is this going? Just tell me right now. Call to results. I don't even know. I don't even see it. Wow. Let's just go back and see if everything worked or not. Again, we got the same error or something else. We got timeout error again. Where is this timeout coming from? We got the requests correctly, so that should be fine. Let's try setting up 1200 seconds or something. I don't even know if it's second or not. Command state, but new. I don't even know what that means. What is that? Are there some issues with fast MCP server? Should I not use fast MCP? Is MCP tools better? It isn't. It is not even in alpha or something. Fast MCP has a stable release, right? Where is this? It has a bunch of stars and yeah, it has a stable release. In fact, they have a second version released already. I don't think it should have any of these kind of bugs, but I'm still getting bugs whatsoever. Oh, it is not allowed within async function. Okay, we are just getting timeout errors constantly. I'm not sure what is happening. Is it milliseconds or something? Why do we have to go back to wife coding? Cool. So we'll just fix that. By the time we also have to use Next.js for the front end. So I have been familiar with React and a bit of JS, and saying that I'm familiar with React and JS really makes me nervous and curl up inside because I haven't had really too much experience with them. I've just built a bunch of applications, and that too was using a lot of ChatGPT all along. So I'm not really confident in that. But I was thinking for this project, we can try using Next.js because recently I read somewhere that OpenAI also switched from using React for their front end to Next.js. So I just wanted to also give it a try and see if we can build some kind of a good UI for our chess analysis tool inside of Next.js. And to just give you an idea of what our UI is going to look like, I'm just going to open Paint, some kind of an online Painter.js works. So here, what we're going to have is basically a page where you can, oh my God, my drawing you're gonna be so embarrassed by its drawing. Trust me, you will not be this much embarrassed anywhere else. But this is how it's gonna be. I'm just gonna create perfect rectangles first of all, because that is rare to do it by mouse. So yeah, let's just say these are the two pages. Now, the first thing we are gonna have on a page is gonna be our Like basically, whenever you open a page, you should be shown a list of games. To get that list of games, your first option would be to upload a PGN. So there should be some kind of an upload button. I don't know. This is like the very basic. Yeah, this is like the prototyping version of the UI. So don't really think about it too much. And we're gonna have a form here which will allow you to fill in your chess.com ID. And the chess.com API is free, as I think we explored in the last stream, or maybe I did it on my own. I don't really remember. All the information is blurred in my head right now, but you can let me know if we did that in the previous stream. So we saw that the chess.com API is kind of free. All the data is publicly available for all the games that you play. So from your ID, I can just pick in your n number of games. So you can output your ID, you can output the n you want, whatever number of games you want, and just say add. And that way I'll add it to the list of all the games you have played or added in this particular tool right now. So it should be user based. So I know there should be another page, which is our login page. And these kind of lists would be stored per user inside of a DB. So there would be a DB for each user. And that way, so there should be a user table. There would be a PGN table and also the summaries that we have created till now. We don't want to rerun the same summaries again and again if it is the same user until and unless we do a version update, which should be a separate endpoint. So this is the DB that we want. And the second page that is going to be there is actually where we are going to show the games. So here you will have a chessboard, first of all, on the rightmost, and there would be a way to go back and forth. So there would be a way to move to the next move or to the previous move. And your summary should be generated according to that. So there should be a way to get move level summary. And at the same time, there should be a chat uh, UI somewhere. So there should be a way where you can chat with the AI. And here you can ask something like, give me an overall game summary, not just a move level summary. And all of those details should be here where you can ask those queries related to this particular games, which will again be stored inside of our Postgres DB or wherever we are going to store them, and is going to be used whenever you open that game again. So when a review is done, it should be marked as review done, and that's how it should be. So there should be a bunch of games. So a list of games. There should be a refresh option in the games, I think. One thing we can actually do is give them a refresh button so that we always will keep picking up their chess games. So there should be like, we can store some kind of like, I don't know. When they start their ID, we can pick up all of their games. So we can just download all games. We will take some time with this because I don't really want to crowd their API. So I'm gonna do a lot of sleep while I'm calling this endpoint. And then we can go back and try to do this part where we are building the display page where you can go next and forward in the game, see all the moves that are being played, and at the same time get a move level analysis on the top here. So there should be some kind of text being written here or maybe here where you tell like what this move meant, what this move gave you, and all of those move level details, and also mark that move as a good move or a bad move. And then there should be a chat application where you should also be able to select the chat model we are using, because again, we are model agnostic, so that should be allowed. Multiple options of the bot should be here. And here also we should be engine agnostic. So here also you can choose which engine do you want. So do you want Stockfish? Do you want Leela? And also, just to mention that, I also worked on and added the Leela engine in here. So in the last stream, I didn't adding up the Leela engine, but while working on it myself, I ended up adding another micro, or what am I saying? Another compiled file for my Leela stock engine. Again, the UCI format, so everything else remains the same. We just need to change the file format, and that's what we are doing from the config that we just saw. So yeah, I think ChatGPT should have answered prepared for us till now that why this particular error is happening. The traceback shows that a game summary tool is timing out while running an asynchronous stockfish analysis via Python's check engine analyze coroutine. Let's unpack what's happening here to fix it. Inside your tool call, you call all of this. Okay, while this happens, Stockfish may be running too long for the default analysis depth or time limit. You might do something like this. Lower the Stockfish's analysis score. If you just want quicker responses, this is what I'm doing though. There is no depth set to it. Let's just go back here and see why would this be suddenly breaking? Because this was not breaking till yesterday. Maybe also 0 is taking too much time and 1 second is too less. 0.5 second is too less. So let's just try doing 1 second. Maybe that's the case. It was not timeout from our function. It was a timeout from our engine. Yep. Let's just restart this till now. Cool. And let's try running this now. So let's see what seems to be the issue. And if we can get it working, we'll start working on the next part. Again, we're getting the same error. Timeout. Is it coming from the... No, it is coming from async queue, right? It is not coming from my MCP server. I don't think so. Await analysis dot wait. When am I doing all of this? That's one problem, man. That's one problem by working weekly. If you're working on a problem daily, you'll remember everything that you did last time. And now I just don't remember because I'm doing it after so long. Maybe it is doing all of this internally because I'm just calling the analyze function. I'm not really doing anything else here. There shouldn't be error from my side. And also, why am I setting this limits and stuff again and again? Yeah, we need to do that refactoring still. Okay, let's start somewhere. We are not just able to start the stream till now, which is to have to work on the engine part and the UI part. So yeah, let's just do that first. We'll try to fix this by the time. Also, there's a tool timeout thing. Increase fast MSP. Oh, okay. Maybe this is the issue then. Do we set a tool level timeout? Because Claude was never facing this issue. Maybe it's a HTTP client now, so there is a separate timeout thing. So let's just add a time. There is a timeout. Yeah, so I'm gonna set the timeout to be way large. I'm gonna do it 600 for now. There is nothing that is something like this. No overloads for tool match the provided arguments. Let's just see. I don't trust you completely. By the way, I also set up my IDE to be a little bit different. So that has allowed me to be better at this. So maybe I have to set a timeout from here, from the MCP command. It is a server level timeout. 600, this works? Nope, there is no option timeout. Fast MCP timeout. Why is this happening, man? The total time for the tool call defaults to none. If tool call returns in an error, it's called... All of this is fine, but why do I keep getting timeout errors, bro? That makes no sense. What do I even do? Let's set it to be 12,000 or something. All connection attempts failed because the server is closed right now. Yeah, and let's try running this again. And then let's also start working on our actual backend, which is going to be where I'm hosting my LLM and stuff. So for that, we need a couple of tools. I'm just not able to fix this timeout for some reason. I don't even know what's happening. It is HTTP, right? Should it be something else? What were the other options for implementing this? I have not seen this kind of a timeout error in here. I'm not sure what is happening. It's not even taking 12,000 seconds. It's just something else completely. And if you just read the error once, I'm pretty sure it is coming from uh, fast MCP. That's okay. Then we can just try to check that. Okay, if I remove the tool from here for now, and Instead of using all of this, if I just do the testing without the tool, so I should still get the same error, right? If it is a error from the chess engine side, I should still see my error. So let's just do that from source dot modules dot not modules. And for that, I will have to from sys no import sys. Oh my god, I'm just not really able to type today, is it? And sys dot path dot append dot slash. So this way, I should actually be able to see if it is something from the client side or is it actually from my side. And yeah, it just deleted my import. It does that sometimes. Not sometimes. I just basically changed the config and now it is doing that every time. Yeah, here should be my PGN. And now I should be able to check. So if I call game summary on my PGN, and the side is gonna be white, everything should work seamlessly. Game summary is not defined. I've just copied it, bro. File not found. No such file found. Error. Engines LC0. Yada yada. Why would that happen? You were just able to find it, right? Oh, I didn't change the path here. Maybe that's the issue. It is talking about that file though, which is again weird. But okay, we'll give it a try still. But it's still not able to find the path. That's just totally okay. That makes something completely different, and I'm fine with that happening. So I think it is just that wherever I'm calling it from, it needs a path from there. So here I should be able to do dot slash. I should be able to add these things, and it should just work. Because it was able to load up the engine. We were seeing it in logs. That was working. Hey bro, how you doing? User Soul, how are you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. We are working on our MCP server, and I'm just trying to test if everything is working from the game summary side or not. And if that works, we'll be able to finally start working on the LLM part, having our own local LLM using MLX. And then we are going to try to build a UI using Next.js, which is going to be new for me and you as well, I hope. Or maybe you already know it, so let me know. Okay, so it is a timeout from model side. Cool. That made sense. Thanks for that. Now I got the error. It was the timeout for loading the engine. Oh my god. They could have used better naming conventions. That was so annoying. Yeah, so I can just remove this. I can go back to my client. I'll have to, not this client. What client is this? CDU. And yeah, my bad. That took such a long route, guys. So bad. Couldn't have had a worse start to the stream, but here you are still. So thank you for being here. Now, if I connect to my client, I close this up, and also we'll have to change the config again to take the path directly from the source. So the idea is whenever you execute it from is the path that you need to give. And yeah, this should be it. Now, if I start my server and I can just run this, then everything should work just magically fine. It would take some time. It depends on the game how much time it takes because we also increase the time from 0.5 to 1 second, which is gonna make it take longer. Kind of annoying, but still that's allowed, right? And yeah, the my engine which you are seeing right here, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's funny the way I pronounce it, I know. So I just read through the LC0 articles, and what I found is that they have a bunch of different engines available, and mostly the weight files that depends on what do you want from the performance. So there are some very large networks which provide state of the art performance. They are like very comparable to stockfish and stuff, but they also had these human sparring networks, and these basically mean that they are trained on real human games, so that makes them more human-like. So I wanted to use these weights files as well because I thought this should lead to better explainability because it would be rating the opponent, it would be scoring the moves more human-like. So that should make be easier to make sense of. So that was my idea in using LC0 human sparring networks, Maya 2200. Just let me know if I'm pronouncing it badly. Okay, you can correct me. So yeah, that's the trick. And yeah, this is how our UI is gonna look. So first of all, before doing any of this, let's start with the first thing that we really wanted to do. Yeah, we are getting our summary and all. So that's kind of cool. This is our summary, call to result. It looks really bad right now, but we can clean it up. That's okay. We can print it in a better way. So yeah, all of this is working. Now I need to go into my backend. I need to again create a main app.py. This time, let's just call that. And going here, I should be able to instantiate it. Now, the difference is, or we can just call it main.py, why not? Let's just delete this. The difference to mine is, I'm just going to add fast API in this. And I'm going to also add MLX LM. The MLX language models is what I'm adding in this, which should work nicely with the MPS. Anyway, I have a MacBook Air, so I don't expect to have really good performance as such with GPUs and stuff, but at least it should be better than if I just use CPU. So that's the hope here. And again, I should be able to create a source folder, not a source file, please. New folder source. Here I should have new folder modules. And again, I'm gonna have notebooks here as well, where I'm gonna test my so So here I should be able to create a LLM. So does VLLM or MLXLM directly provide a connection with MCP servers? If that's the case, I can use VLLM instead. It's going to be a bit slower, but again, it would provide directly MCP tool integration, and that should make life very easy for me. We are trying to response API in the nightly VLLM builds and have followed the similar tests as available in Python. Should tool server be left out? So I have a question. I am learning the ML from last 3 months and I'm done with all the supervised learning, and problem I face is it's very hard to write the code line by line because I keep forgetting the syntax, but I know how the model is doing its thing and I can change the code based on my suited interest. Can you give me advice? It's fine, or how could I do better for this? Just practice coding. Just try to build more projects. Just try to keep practice coding. If you think it is difficult for you to think of a solution when you are stuck on a problem or when you are trying to do something particular, try practicing DSA. If you think that it's the code structure itself that is causing you the issues, try building more projects and try to build things from scratch that will allow you to actually see how the project structures. And it's all just about experience at that point. It's not really something you need to learn. It's not like you have to have some kind of flashcards or something to remember syntax. That's gonna just lead you in a deeper spiral hole. What you need to do is just do some more projects and do Kaggle. Kaggle will allow you to write a lot of code from scratch, and that should be fun. You would be able to rank your own uh, models and stuff. So yeah, that would be my advice for that. Hope it helps. Okay, so let's see how we can integrate our MCP server now to MLXLM directly. Can we do it to MLXLM? Like I can in the invoice management system, we had built our own tool caller and all of those things. But with MLX, do I really want to do that? I just feel annoyed by that. That's the issue. Because I get the ML. I'll get the model, but I'll have to identify where is it calling the tool and all those things. So let's just not do MLXLM actually. Let's actually remove MLXLM now that I think about it. I think that would make this project way worse. We'll have a lot to come our way, and I don't really want to do that. Yeah, it has delete MLXLM. Okay, should have cleared some space. Clean. Yeah, it will clean a lot of cache. I have a lot of cache on my system right now. 2.1 GB. Hey, it's all cool, man. No need to thank me. It's a general advice. But if you really enjoyed it, please like and subscribe the video. That works for me. And leave a nice comment by. That is way more helpful than a thanks, if you understand. Okay, so let's see. VLLM MCP server. A model context server. No, no, no. I want a tool that can run local LLMs with an MCP client. So that is what I really want right now. I think LangChain or something this must provide that. Is LangChain the thing? Yeah, LangChain is the thing, right? I have not used LangChain myself a lot. Wait, if I just have VLM client, VLM MCP, a model context. Can it create a MCP supportive client or not? I just need to know that. Will I have to actually run the model to check that? I think I'll have to do that, don't I? All of this is fine. So if I use the OpenAI SDK with it, can I just give the tool calls there and it will be able to call the tools for me? So OpenAI SDK does provide MCP right now, but you have to call the tools manually. Okay, let's try and build that and see how it goes. Otherwise, I'll have to just manually call the MCP server and stuff. None of the clients will work. So MCP client for local LMs. That must be a thing, right? That must be a problem a lot of people must be facing. Uh, how can you not have something on that? Like I understand how tool calling and stuff is fine. This is okay. Like this just makes sense to me. But at the same time, there should be a way to create yeah. So let's say this, right? OpenAI SDK. So how can I connect to the OpenAI SDK? Okay, I listed my tools. Run this code, you will do something like you roll dice 3, you got equals 642. So is it able to call that server directly from here? Is it now? If I just give the fast MCP server URL, is it able to do it? Because if that's the case, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want. And to get OpenAI, to work with OpenAI, I can just do VLLM. VLLM does provide support to OpenAI. I just wanted to see if there is a way that it supports MCP directly here, because I'm not sure they will. But I think we'll have to just try that because there is no information I'm getting from here. So let's just try and see. And if that's not the case, we'll try to build it ourselves. Okay. Is there anywhere here that written MCP on this whole page? Responses API tools for built-in tools and pass through by headers. There is something about MCP. So maybe there is some work that has been done. I don't see where this other MCP is. Oh yeah, here. Responses API tools, health 513 on that engine. There is something on the releases. Let's just see. They have acknowledged MCP at least. That's good enough. So yeah, VLLM, OpenAI, SDK. There is a very simple way to open our OpenAI compatible server using VLLM. So I just need to get this up and running. and I can just do something like this. Perfect. And we have to choose the model. So for the model, I'm just gonna go with phi. Let's just see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to just explore a bunch, whole bunch for this. First of all, let's do the server part. There's not gonna be no ones. Okay, so UV add VLLM, and we'll have to create a separate service for that. Yeah, in the Docker, it's gonna be a pretty hectic thing. But I can just do it with Docker, right? There's a way to directly do it with Docker. Let's not add it to our server directly. I think there's a way to start it with Docker. Run serve deployment using Docker. Yes, this is what I want. This is better for me. Totally. So I want it to run as a separate Docker service, and then I can add it to the Docker Compose as such to help me with that. So all of this is fine. No pro. There is no runtime. GPU's all is fine. Hugging Face Hub token. Do I really need that? We'll see according to the model. If I need that, I'll just add it into the event. And model, I want to use Phi 3 or something. I think Phi 4 has been also released. The last time I experimented with LLMs on this channel was in a live stream where we were working with docketing, was it? Or no, we were trying to build something like, yeah, it was a whole project I was trying to do where I was trying to build something like the thinking part that ChatGPT released at the time being. O1, I think that was the time. But I couldn't really build something. So I'm not sure if that stream is even alive or not anymore. But yeah, this should be it. Is a Docker daemon running? And no, it most probably is not. It most probably is not. That's what I'm telling you. I don't really want to open so many things on this. So that's why it's mostly things are not running. I have to manually go and close them just to make sure my computer doesn't go haywire. So I'm just gonna do Docker uh, system prune right now because I don't want to run out of memory in between the stream. Oh, that was really less actually. That's shocking to me. And just a second, just to make sure, what is the size of you? What is the size of you? Oh my god, this is big. This is a really big model. I think I can run that in my system. So this is good. This is good. We want to work with smaller models. That's perfect for us actually. Because if we work with smaller models, that will ensure us that whatever we are building is going to be completely model agnostic. And if there's going to be any bigger model that you use it with, it's only going to get better from there. So we're going to be building it for a smaller model and we're going to see if it works for bigger models as well. So 5 for mini flash reasoning, 5 for mini instruct ONNX. That sounds so good. It's going to have ONNX, the runtime is going to be optimized, and it's mini, so it should be kind of small. What's the model size? Why is everything in KB? Okay, it's around 5 GB. So this should be ideally better. Okay, now that should be running. So we'll wait for that to happen. I'll have to allow it access. Otherwise, it will not be able to download stuff. Cool. So it is calling the VLLM thing and it's picking up the latest one and it should start the server at 8,000. Was my server configured at 8,000? I think it most probably was. So I'm just gonna close this one and I'm gonna start it at 2222. That's gonna be our MCP server always. 2222 is gonna be our standard. Done. I don't know why. 2 is a good number. I'm just going to use that. Okay. No one asks any questions. So while our LLM is going to be set up in Docker, I think it's a good time to look at the front end till then. So let's at least set up the folder structure and everything. And we'll have to also explore how we are going to do that. So I'm just going to do this in the increasing order of development. So first of all, we build our MCP server, then we'll be building our backend, and then we'll be building our front end. So that's how I'm going to arrange the terminals. Not that it really matters though. So here I want to start a new Next.js project, and I think I can do that with Vite. Let's open the Next.js docs that I had opened initially and see how I can start working with this. Yeah, PMPM, not PMPM. Is there no way to do it with Vite? Is there no way? Why would they not give? I thought Vite was the standard for everything. Next.js and Vite are different. Though sometimes overlapping purposes, in Next.js is a React framework for building full stack web applications, offering features like server side rendering, static site generation for improved performance. Vite is build tool and development server designed for speed and moderation. Can I use Vite to create a Next.js project or not? Is my question. That's it. That's how easy it is. Please just tell me. Oh, where is that command? Yes. I don't know. It's just something. I don't know if it's because of the bias that exists on the internet, but I just really hate front end development and JavaScript for that instance. I just hate JavaScript. I don't even think it's that bad. I don't know. I don't know if it has given me those kind of errors that's for which it is considered bad till now. I've not faced that plus minus things really in front end because I don't really do those many plus and minuses in the front end. But it's because of the internet bias itself, I think that I really hate JavaScript. And whenever I have to work with it, I feel so annoyed. Even though if it's a completely normal thing that I have to do in Python itself, but I'll still hate it. And one thing I have to appreciate is that their package management is so much simpler than Python. And that's why I'm using UV because the UV package management is very similar to JS. But at the same time, it's just, I don't know, just triggers something in me. Yeah, what's the project name gonna be? It's gonna be our chess analyzer. Cool. So, okay. So it is gonna be, oh, they don't have the option for next. Do we just want to use React.js instead? Vue.js maybe? Vue versus React versus next. Can we quickly do that? Is there something to look at there? The ultimate guide. The ultimate guide should help us. Yeah, Karan Sanger should be able to help us here. Kanak Sanger, sorry for mispronouncing your name. Perfect. Choosing the right framework becomes very important. Blah blah blah. Next.js, progressive JavaScript, powerful React-based A, JavaScript library built for user interfaces. What is all of this? Pages from index.js. Yeah. Oh my god, Vue looks so bad. Instantly, it looks so weird. This looks very similar to React. So this, I think it's really fine. React, so yeah, it just looks like React. There's nothing much to it. What is the comparison on? Okay, the comparison on is the performance and everything. So let's just do see the conclusion. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with React, guys. I don't really see a benefit in going with Next.js right now. Maybe you can switch to Next.js later. Let's just go with React for now. I don't really wanna work through all of this, or do we just go for next? Oh my god, this is so confusing. I think this is the whole trouble with JavaScript, that there is no single library that you can just use. There's no single framework that is so heavily better than the others that you just want to use that. They are just different flavors of each other, and that just makes it super annoying to be anything. But okay, uh let's just do a spin. So no, we'll do it on a wheel. It should look good. Okay, let's remove all of this. We have React, we have Vite, and finally we also have not Vite, sorry, Vue. We have Next. Is there anything else you want to try? Svelte, maybe? Svelte was considered good, I guess. Yeah, we'll also do Svelte. Why not? Whatever comes, we are gonna go with that, okay? Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready? Okay, let's go. React. We'll take the okay, we'll take the winner. Okay, congratulations. So if you guys were not aware, we are using Svelte now. So the name of the stream should be changed. It should be Svelte. Oh, it's removed Svelte. Oh, okay. Wait. The wheel is a bit different. It removes the name. So whatever remains last is gonna be our winner. That's how the rules are. So let's run this now. We are back to React, Vue, or Next. Okay. Okay, Next.js is out. Next.js is out. So we are left with React or Vue. I think this game also wants us to work with React. Let's see. Finally, what are we working with? React or Vue? Wow. What a turn of events there. We are working with Vue.js now. We have our winner. We are working with Vue.js. I don't want to keep spinning the wheel anymore. Thank you. But yeah, we are working with Vue. So yeah. Okay. So now the description is just clickbait. Now we are not even using React or Next.js. We are just using Vue.js. And I was just saying how Vue.js looked like the worst out of all of them because of the way the code was looking. Yeah, this is gonna be bad. We're gonna just have to work through this. That's fine. So okay, let's just see how to create a project on Vue. So this is like completely new to me. Okay, if you guys didn't already see it, it's just completely randomly how we picked the framework we are working with. So I've never worked with Vue before. So this is completely new, and we are gonna be doing this together here. And let's just check on the progress we are making on running this till then. Okay, it's doing some pulls. The pulls are looking like they are complete. I think it's waiting to run the application somehow. For that, it must be able to download the model first. So yeah, let's just wait for it. It's extracting something. Okay. It will take a while. It will take a while. Okay. It's like view. Okay. Yeah. Component is programming that helps you efficiently develop user interfaces without any complexity. Okay. This is what it provides. Fine. Single file in most build tools enabled Vue projects, we author Vue components using a HTML like file format called single file components, also known as .vue files, abbreviated as SFC. Vue SFC, as the name suggests, encapsulates the component's logic, JavaScript, templates, and styles in a single files. If you're able to hear some noise from my background, I'm really sorry for that. I guess just some bike enthusiasts are in the street right now. Okay, so the script setup. Then there's a template, there's a button and everything. View components can be authored in two different API style, options API and composition API. Oh my god, I really don't understand it right now. Bro, there's gonna be a lot of vibe coding gonna be happening on this right now. So get ready for that. You're gonna have to see it. You're gonna have to bear that with me. Yes. So, okay, let's just create a view project and see where it goes from there. Okay, we got an error actually. Oh, fuck. Error demonstration could not select device driver with capabilities GPUs. Okay, so we shouldn't have done that as well. That's fine. That's fine. That's not that big of an issue. I can just close this. And here, I just need to not give any GPUs because there are no GPUs. That's how it is. And everything else should be fine. Okay, so let's go back to the front end and we are going to be choosing view. Let's see how that goes. We're going to be using JavaScript for sure. Roll down with it. No, I don't want anything experimental. Install with npm and start now. Yes, sure. Okay, it is creating a scaffold of our project till that we can read about Vue because I don't know anything about Vue and I don't know how many times I'm going to tell it to you guys because I know I'm still going to receive comments like, oh my God, this guy really doesn't know how to code. Why is he even on the stream and all of those stuff? But we'll just have to bear it now, don't we? Okay, what is a ES module? I really don't know front-end development. Okay, let's go to our favorite tool of the year, ChatGPT, because MCP is going to be using an LLM. So let's just ask it, create, or what is it? Is the file ready? Yeah, we can. Why do you even have a running server right now? Okay, let's go here. Let's go to our front end and see what is going on here. So we have our chess analyzer tool in the front end. Maybe we can remove it from the front end now, if that's the case. No, wait, what do you mean? Wait. This is so annoying. Let's recreate it. Stop this. Yeah, anyway, doing it. Yeah, this is good. And here run the same command. If you are anyway doing it, why to do it in a closed structure? Cool. Now it's starting. So it has started the server. I can go here now. And I should be able to see all of my details here. So there should be a package.json. So there is a build view. There is, if I just do vite, it should give me the dev. Okay. Index.html. This is where everything is going to be hosted. This is the title of the page. So let's just do it to just analysis tool for now. Until unless you guys figure out a better name, because I'm not thinking that. I've given that responsibility to you guys. So you are going to give me the name for the tool that we are building. Close discussion. No more discussion on that. Okay, so let's see how does this actually structure. And I'll have to install some kind of a plugin for this, I think, because it is not showing me any kind of overview files, extensions. Oh my God. Yeah, view. Cool. That is installed, working. Import hello world from hello world.view. This is a script. Then you have the template. And this is the style part. So I'm just going to ignore the style part for now, maybe. What does main.js have? It is just for creating the file, right? Okay. And in the components, we have the view and we are calling it from there. Okay. And in the assets, we're going to have our files, which is going to be our chess board and everything, the themes and everything that we're going to store. So, okay, this doesn't sound that bad. I think the code looks easy to understand. It's pretty readable, to be honest. I think the hello world is where they have the counter. Yeah, so it's a ref from view. And I think the ref here means that it's a state of some kind. So if I do just refresh this, I have the count till 8. If I hard refresh this, it should go back to 0. Yeah, it is. So this is kind of a session state thing. So it's similar to use state in React, is what I assume. Okay, cool. So let's go to ChatGPT now, again, our tool of the year, and ask it to give me a component. So the first thing we have to do is to store the games somewhere and display the list of games, and then we can do the upload feature. But even the list part is okay for now. Right now I just want to have a form where I can upload a game, and then it should just be able to show me the game itself, and also send the input to our backend that this game has been given, and it should generate a summary and give it back to us. So let's just do that first. Okay, so create a view plus React app where we have a component. Also, we'll have to tell it the side which we are playing. So that's something which we also do. So upload button, and also ask for the side the user wants analysis from. Once we click upload, oh, yes, it should be an analyze button. Right now, we are gonna add those upload and everything functionality, but right now we just want analysis functionality. So analyze, we should be shown a dashboard with the on the left half of the screen. Let's just wait for it to do that and tell the progress here. Let's just check the progress here. Well, I'm logging level debug to turn on. Fail to infer device type. Please set the environment variable this to turn on verbose logging. How to do it with Docker though? That's the question. Yeah, set up using Docker. Perfect. Um, yeah, Apple Silicon. That's it. Launching OpenAI server. Let's just copy this and see. No, but you have created a file already. VQMLM, CPM. Where is that Docker file? Build image from source, right? Oh, okay. There is a pre-built image if you want that, or you can just build it for yourself. What is it changing actually? The D type remains the same. It's just D float 16. I think the only thing they are changing is the privileged true and SSM size to 4G. Let's just try doing that. Oh no, what am I doing? Oh my god. Yeah, so here I should be able to add, oh my god, such a bad spelling of privileged. What is the spelling of privileged? Privileged. I thought that was what I was typing, but apparently not. And what else do we need? Oh, okay, we'll have to do it before we specify the model, I think, or even before we provide any of this information. How do I actually type in this? This is so annoying. Do I have to do shift enter or something? Nope, it just takes me to the bottom. Uh, okay, kinda annoying. Let's see. Again, I don't really want to waste too much time into a Docker setup. Not running in MacBook Air without any, which doesn't have any GPU or anything, gives the error that it couldn't infer the device type. How to fix that and make it work? Okay, but this is a common issue when VLLM and CPU only systems like Mac since default VLLM OpenAI assumes CUDA GPU or ROCm backend. Use CPU compatible server instead of VLLM. No, but I don't want VLLM. No, run locally using one next runtime. Option 3, use VLLM but emulate GPU, not practical. Does VLLM not work without GPU? Is that a thing? I didn't really know that. Is that actually something? Seriously? Yeah, this should give us something. Export VLLM target device to be CPU, VLLM build CUDA is equal to 0. Yeah, this is how we can run it, right? Okay, let's just run it using this. Okay, no more arguments on that. But for that, I'll have to have VLLM installed. Which is still fine. I can install it, whatever. I'll just create another, I'll just create a Conda environment for that. Fuck this. Yeah, that should take care of this. Yeah, and in this, there is no Python. There must be a Python 3. Okay, and that should be it, right? I'm just gonna change the model name to the model name we wanted to use. So 5 4 mini. Perfect. Cool. This should run now. Error finding module VLLM. No module name VLLM. Pip install. Is there a way to conda install VLLM? I just need I just need a OpenAI compatible server. That's all I want in life. How can it be so hard? Okay, we'll just do pip install. Fine. There's no pip. Python pip Python 3. Yeah, this works. Okay, this is getting installed. Let's continue back on our front-end server. We should have answer prepared for that. Let's just see how good would it work. It should be here itself. Yeah. So I have done that. I've used this Vite. No, no, no. I did it wrong. View plus. Yeah, this should be better. Oh my god, it's just gonna give me the code, is it? It's gonna give it all in a single file. Please don't do that if you are trying to do that, because that will not be helpful at all. I would really feel better. Yep. Let's see. A lot of stuff, huh? We have a app.view main.js. This all we already have. There's a router index.js. That I'm not sure about. Views, and then there's components. Npm init. That all I have done. There's a chess.js, which is amazing. That would be really helpful in this application. Npm install chessbot.jsx and chess.js. We'll look into that. We are installing everything. That part is already taken care of for us, right? Source.main.js. So we just have a assets, components, and a apps.view and a main.js. Inside of the main.js, you have the create app from view and the style.css. Yeah, that's fine. Who needs a router anyway? What is the router anyway? Oh, okay, we will need that. Sure. And we'll add a router folder. And inside, we're going to create an index.js, which basically tells us that we have these views. Okay. I'm trying to make sense of it slowly. I think we'll be able to debunk it if we just keep reading it enough. And in the app.view, we have very simple things. There's almost nothing in there. The source, app.view. Here we have a lot of different things, but there we just have the router view. But where is the router view coming from? I have no idea at all right now. Import router from router.view. This is what it is we're using. And then the home view. So they have a separate folder called views for some reason. I think views just means pages for them. Home view.view. You'll also have to look at this carefully because I'm not doing that right now. Why is this not a view file? Did I add a space there accidentally? Yeah, I did. This is better. And now there was another view. Oh, there's a whole bunch of view. Or was this a component? Oh, okay, okay, okay. There was a home view. The PGN uploader is a component. I'm just gonna delete the hello world component. And then you have your analysis view, which is a view. And here you're gonna have new file, which is gonna be core.view. Cool. Now I should be able to go back here. And inside here, I should be able to install npm install. I don't know why it needs two separate chess libraries though from JavaScript. I don't really understand that. Everything should be in a single library, right? Why do we need two separate libraries? Yeah, it should be running. And till that is happening, we don't really have anything to do. So we'll just wait. That was fast. Nice. I should just be able to do with it. Run. Oh my god, if I can really type. What is happening? Package rotation. npm run dev. From dev. How do I start the server? Wait, do I have to do npm run preview? Run npm run. Oh, am I in the wrong software? Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong folder. Oh my god. That was so bad. It should just be npm run dev then. Yeah, that's how it usually goes. Way to resolve the import./router from source.main. Does the file even exist? Good question. Let's ask ChatGPT the same thing. You have an index.js inside of a router, but there is no router file. What are you even mocking, ChatGPT? There is a source router index.js. There is no dot/router. Maybe I have to just do slash index.js. No, no, no. That makes no sense. If I go back to my... Wait, did I not create the router folder yet? Should it be inside of the source itself? Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong then. It should be inside here. And then it should be router, I think. What is it? Failed to resolve import view router from source router index. Does the file exist? Is there some another API needed for this? Another framework maybe? Let's just see. Yep. So I should be able to open another terminal here. Does that help you at all? Oh wow, it is actually working. We can just work on some of the style parts and see if this is actually working or not. This looks good, actually. It's better than what I expected it to be honest. There's nothing to look good at actually here, but it still looks decent, is what I'm trying to say. Let's just take up any game from my recent plays and we should be able to analyze it. And this is a very bad game. I really don't want to discuss this one. Let's just do some random one. I know I'm saying random and I'm just scrolling through all of the games. Let's just do this with whatever. This is fine. Uh, so this is gonna give us the review. We are also gonna copy the game. Start review. Yeah.
One of my favorite opening moves because the game can go in many fun directions.
Oh my God. How can I shut him up? Thanks. And also, how can I copy the game? Thank you. No, please. How do I share this game? Yeah, perfect. PGN, include everything, bro. Not the computer analysis, but the time you can add highlights. I don't know. Don't add that. It should be fine. Let's just copy our PGN here and see if it is able to invalid PGN. Let's restart this. Okay, really funny. Really funny. I don't know if it is because of the time or is the code for the React library that we used is incorrect. Let's try rerunning this without anything else, just the PGN now. Okay, it still gives me invalid PGN, so we'll have to review what it is doing to the PGN. Okay, now let's look at all of the things that we have built till now. So we are entering from our uh, the main.js is entering from the app. Inside of an app, we have created just the name app and the router view. I'm not really sure what that is. Now inside of the views router, we have create router, create web history. So home view, analysis view, and we added both of them to separate parts, which is, yeah, that all makes sense. And we exported the create router part. We basically exported the routes and everything, got it. And that is coming from router. Now, if we go into our views, we have the home view, which shows the PGN uploader, I assume. Yeah. So here we first of all have our template, which shows, I'm not really sure why are these two things different. But you have the div here, the match one, and the PGN uploader. Go to analysis. What is this? On analyze, go to analysis. Okay. Now inside of the script, we have the PGN uploader component, export default, components, methods, go to analysis. Yeah, this is the method. PGN, comma site, this dot router dot push, name, analysis, params, PGN, comma site. Okay. So the router will push it there. And where we are getting the router from, we are not sure. Weird and a weird code. Let's go to the PGN uploader and see what it does with our PGN. So it has a text area. That's kind of easy. I think you can set n rows in here. What is this? Wait a minute. What is this? BG white and whatever. Is it using? What is it even using? Didn't tell me anything about it. Is that Bootstrap? Oh, okay. It was not even initialized, is it? And you just added that. Wow. No, it's fine. It's fine. We can work with Tailwind. We are exploring and everything new, so why not Tailwind as well? Okay. Could not determine executable to run. I don't know what that means. I think let's just use Tail. Yep. Let's just ask it to do that analysis for us and see whatever we are doing wrong. And by then is our backend actually installed. So the VLLM is actually installed. Now we should be able to run this, see if that works or not. It's doing something. It's taking some time. I mean, let's just wait for it to run. Till then, we can go back to this bootstrap thing. We'll build a view 3. Perfect. Let's rebuild the same, just use PGN. Analyze a view app, this time using bootstrap 5 instead of Tailwind, and I explain how each part, route, and components and navigation flow together. Use the PGN and select the site where we show the dashboard and the PGN info. Handles page navigation between those two views. Okay. Everything else like app.view and components is just glue. So we created it and we installed Bootstrap. We have not installed Bootstrap yet. Let's just do that. I don't generally install Bootstrap. I mostly worked with their script, but I think this should also be fine. In my main.js, I need to import these. Okay. Project structure, chess analyzer, source, app.view, main.js. We have source. Inside there, we have app.view, main.js. Router has my index.js. And views have my home view and analysis view. And then the components have pgn uploader.view and chessboard.view. Cool. In the main.js, this is where your view app start. It mounts the app to index.html and attaches the router. Okay. Router. View router lets you navigate between pages called views without reloading. Import view router. Okay. And we imported both of our views and we were able to put them inside here. And that way we were able to pass through them. Okay. Makes sense. And why do we have, okay, this props are equal to true. Let me just pass this. When you visit dash, you see home view. When you visit slash analysis, you see analysis view. Got it. Routing flow in this app. Here's how the navigation works. The user pastes PGN plus selects side in the home view. When they click analyze, the data is sent to this router dot push name analysis params change. The router changes the page to analysis and passes the PGN side as prop to analysis views. Let's look at the views again. So it's a template, dev class container, text PH, analysis game. Go to analysis. Okay, it's just a method then. I got it. And the analyze events come from the child component pgn uploader.view. Okay, got it. When triggered, it sends pgn and site to the parent, which we then use. So let's go to the pgn uploader now, trying to understand that. So we have the template first of all, which I think just represents the page structure, and then we have the final script that takes care of the logic. You have the data, which is your pgn file and the site and the methods. So they have an analyze method. This is what was sending back the information. So this is the event, I assume. And this .pgn.trim return, please paste a pgn first. If this .emit analyze, okay, so this will emit an analyze event, which will have the pgn and site. And all of this is coming from this because we have not defined this anywhere, but okay, click means analyze. And that's why we are defining the analyze function. Okay. Is there anything else to it? V models, pgn v model side. Okay, that's why we are able to do this dot pgn, this dot side. Got it. And then you have the analysis views. This is what was causing us the issue, I assume, previously, which was saying invalid pgn. Here you have the container, the chessboard, and the side. Okay. Components chessboard, which is coming from chessboard.view. Go back to chessboard. Let's see. So the template is div board shadow rounded. I think this makes sense somehow, but it was still failing for some reason. What do you mean by game.fin? And how do you actually take care of going left or right? Like going move forward or backward in the moves? I really don't understand that, but I assume that might be coming from this part. We're creating a new game every time, and in the chessboard we are putting that. But it will still not show that part, no. Okay, let's just try this. Let's hard refresh this. No, we are still on the analysis page. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna paste the pgn file that I just copied, which is, well, I have to copy again. Yeah, it's a white. So it says invalid pgn, so it is not able to load it for some reason. Let's try to give this to perplexity and see if it is able to find the issue. Also, we'll try to review the chessboard.jsx file till now in the library. It's a React component with a flexible. The powerful chess.js library deals with exactly this sort of problem domain and nicely helps chessboard.jsx flexible API. Here's a list of things chessboard.jsx cannot do: a chess engine, a legal move provider, a PGN paster. Okay, got to your point. Let's see. The immediate bug is that the most copied PGNs include headers, comments, move numbers, results, or variant markers that chess.js will reject under script or default parsing unless formatted exactly as it expects. You are calling load PGN on the row pasted text without normalizing or configuring the parser. So many perfectly valid site PGNs still trigger an exception. Clean PGN. Okay, let's try this directly and see if this. I'm not really sure if it will work. It looks like a pretty hallucinated response, but we'll still try it. If it doesn't work, we'll fall back to React. I don't want to waste too much time because we are using some other library that we are not that familiar with. At least React I can debug better. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, what is it even doing to this? Is it not correct view? Is that what it is? Is it not correct view format? I think it's not. It's actually not. Oh my god. That is so annoying of you. Perplexity just cannot work at this, right? It's just so bad sometimes. What is the model I'm using here, by the way? Just to know which is the model that's performing so bad. It's GPT-5. What are you even doing? Let's try to think about it and then rerun this. You can't do this. Or maybe we can just use Gemini to MI Pro, maybe. Does that work better? Let's see. This is gonna be pretty vibe coded. I am really not that familiar with uh JS or React or Vue to be able to do something of it. And React and JS, at least I can try to do something. But if I are trying to build it with Vue, I'm just completely out of my game. I just can't do it. Yeah, this is how it is. But we are gonna do it in Vue because that's how we have promised to do it. So stay with me, be with me. We are gonna do that. Just consider it as a requirement from your subordinates that you have to do it in Vue. And now we'll have to. But till then, did we actually install our backend? Fail to info device type. Again, the same thing happens. So nothing has changed really. Uh, VLLM said something about it, huh? VLLM on Mac. We saw this. There were two environment files actually. It only gave us one of them for now. Let's also do this. We are anyway trying everything. Yep, let's try now. Oh, let's wait for it to happen. Of course, the issue you're facing is common when we are working with PGNs. Why is it showing it up like this? This doesn't look like Vue.js. This looks like JavaScript. And that is what is causing the issue right now. Oh, maybe I just need to replace the script part of the thing. Maybe that's how it works. Now, go back to when everything used to be just fine. And yeah, inside of the script part, I'm gonna update the script to be this now. What did it change really? This looks like nothing has been changed. The fix is to pass an option object with slope is equal to true. Is that it? Is that actually it? Nope, it still gives me invalid region. That is definitely not it. And I'm not even sure if what region it is using at this point. We can try doing that again. Yeah, too much habitual to control tab now. Screens are changing pretty fast. Yep, it's still an invalid PGN, so that doesn't work. So let's go to chess.js and see what it is all about. How do I actually read a PGN? Because nothing seems to be working till now. Okay, let chess is equal to new chess. Const game is equal to new chess. Maybe that's the issue. Why not let? And here, how do I load PGN? So is there a way to load PGN? Is there a way to read this documentation any better? No, not this. I want to load the PGN. Yeah. So it starts directly from the moves, is what I'm seeing is different. But there are comments as well, right? Headers as well. All of these things are there. So why can't it load the PGN still? Let's try to print it for now. Let's also do, while we are at it, we should also do console.log this.pgn just to make sure if everything is correct. And also the side. I'm also gonna do it on the side. Yeah. And now let's see. Let's go back here. Let's open our developer tools and we'll go to the console for now. Okay. We should be able to see the undefined. Yeah, I think this is it. That's the issue. The PGNs are not getting parsed here. That's the issue. So when you're sending it from here, it is not visible here for some reason, even though I've sent the PGN. Okay, cool. Let's try to see what is the issue from there. So the PGN uploader is not able to send them correctly, is what I'm seeing. So let's see if it is available with the PGN uploader as well. So let's again ask Gemini 2.5 Pro. This is correct. That's what we were using, right? Is this correct? View code to send props to a component. Exam. Yeah, let's see what's the fix for this. And yeah, still waiting for, yeah, it is just not able to infer the device type. So that's okay. We'll just work with the API for now. So do I have the Gemini API that is still free? I think it is free for some calls, right? So we'll end up using that. And I think Gemini has a support for MCP, so that should be fine. Gemini MCP tool support. And also we have also done that once, so it should be pretty easy for us. Gemini MCP tool supports. Okay, let's just see how it is used. I have already read this article, so I think we should be aware till here. If there's something new, you can tell me, or we can just use the server that we built during the MCP tool part, the invoice manager tool when we build on a different live stream. We'll see. For now, I want to build a simple UI, and that's what I want to start with at least. We should have a simple view UI working, and I think slowly we'll get familiar enough with Vue to be able to debug it. The first issue we have found is we are not able to send the props that we wanted to send into our component correctly, and that's why we were facing this issue. Why it fails? Emit sends data upward to direct parent that listens for the event, which is unrelated to view router, and won't send it to the router. Parent listens to at analyze. I'm still confused on how they're using the router though. I think because of the app.js, these kind of things are maintained everywhere. So I have a router defined here, which is being used by every other thing in my application. Weird. I'll have to look into more Vue code to understand that. And I think we'll slowly get familiar with it. It's always easier to learn these kind of frameworks and stuff when you're actually coding in them, and that's give you some kind of a flexibility into understanding them, or depending on the use cases. And with the vibe coding and all of this, like using chat LLMs to actually write your code, this is pretty easy, and especially for front end because there's a lot of things that are like best practices and performance tweaks in front end that you don't really get to see, because if everything looks similar to you, it's just fine, it's working for you, but at the end of the day, in the back end, in the background, it's causing some kind of an issue. So yeah, I think that's how these tools help in that case. But yeah, it's always better to be familiarized a little bit with the framework you're working with, and which I'm totally not. And that's why I will go through their documentation one just to make sure I understand. But it will be pretty boring to do in the stream, and that's why I'm avoiding that and just using the tool directly. So, not quite. Pushing with params only work if the analysis route defines matching dynamic segments in its path and you map those into the props. So, you're telling me inside the routes itself, I should have taken care of this, which I have not. Path analysis name, component is analysis view. Yeah, I have not specified the paths. If you must use params, define dynamic segments in the route and enable props, but avoid putting the entire PGN in the path. Params match only between slashes, and long complex content makes brittle URLs. But for large PGNs, use navigation state to avoid bloating the URL, and then read from route state on the target page. Note that history.state is transient and won't survive reload or SSRs. This.router.push state we have to upload with PGN inside. So in the analysis view, so not in the analysis view, in the home view, instead of doing params, we can do state, and we will be able to access them. How? Okay, let's try and see now if there is anything here. I'm gonna go back and paste hello here. I know I'm still gonna get that, but did we actually print something this time? Nope, still not. Okay, so this is still not working. Uh, we're still not getting anything here. So we'll have to see how to. So let's go to view router once and look at some examples on how do you pass in state and receive it as well. Let's get started. Here I installed it and I want to get started. Um, okay, so routes. This is okay, but let's say you have to send state in that. Passing props to route components. Hmm, there is nothing useful I saw from here. Let's go back here and ask this guy. Okay, now I'm yep, let's try this. It's gonna take its time. And there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do in this project. It's not so easy. It's not gonna be easy. We are still setting up the UI where the PGN is at least visible and we are going to go back and forth into the game. Then we have to connect our backend to it, and that way we'll get move analysis and a chatbot. We also have to set up the chat UI as well, which we are not doing right now. I'll also have to go through more view for that. And also, we in the backend side, we have not still improved anything on the MCP, which was also the promise of this video. So we are gonna add an endpoint there for sure. Don't think we are gonna not maintain our promises. That's not happen. That is not gonna happen. Okay. Let's just try to first build a basic UI because I would really want to do that. VLLM, we are anyway not able to set up because of the Mac part. I am not sure how to do it without the NVIDIA thing, which is very confusing because it should just work with CPU. I think they should have an API that handles it like that, but I guess they don't. So, in worst case scenario, I'll just get a Gemini API key, which we can work with. So yeah, that's fine. Sender push with state. So sender is pushing with state now. Yeah. Receiver read state in the route component composition API. So okay, so this is how we're supposed to do it, and we'll have to import route. Okay, were we importing it already in the script? No, we were not. We were just no. This is different. If I open this, yeah, we were not. Totally not. Uh, so we are gonna import this part and have all of this calculated. And if I do that, export default data created. What is created? I had nothing like that. Instead of this dot .pgn and stuff, let's just do pgn inside because we are already processing it now. And one more thing. Let's just do console.log pgn comma side just to make sure if now we are receiving the components or not. Yeah, right now we are not going to have anything because we were not standing the state at that time. Let's just do that and say hello again. Okay, now we are receiving something for sure. We have got a bunch of prints. Let's see what these are all about. What am I even printing? Is this the same thing? Is this the PGN that was getting calculated? Because this is bad then. I'm gonna say side. It's gonna be side. So let's try printing like this just to make sure if the same thing is good. Yeah, it is a thing. There is no PGN inside here. Where is the PGN? And something is wrong. Something is wrong. The state is not received like this. The state is not received the way it is saying right now. Access route.state if your root router exposes it. Otherwise, use window.history.state, which holds the object passed to the push state. So there is a separate way of doing this as well. Okay, let's try this one then. We are anyway using the options API, I think. Not really sure what that means, but I think that's what we are using. And here it should be like this. There should be a data part, there should be a created part, and finally there should be a mounted part. I think these are the different events that take place and what do we need to do based on those events. So now if I go here and if I try to hard refresh this, did I not add console.log? There is a console.log. This dot side. Hello, white. Perfect. So now it is working. Now we can see our components finally. So one thing started to work. Now I should be able to go back to my home page and actually copy the PGN that I actually wanted to copy. And now if I go here, paste this, analyze, it still gave me an invalid PGN. Now what seems to be the issue? Now I'm getting the PGN correctly, but it is still giving me an error. That's just weird. Oh, now it's because of this. So I had removed the this.pgn and this.side part, and that's why it started to fail now. So now it is good. That makes some sense. That is good. If I go back here and I try to refresh this, is it still invalid? Can't be invalid anymore. Yeah, if I copy this, now, yes, uncode. So it's a different error now. Now the PGN is not an issue, but there is something else that is breaking. Uncode type error cannot call a class as a function. Where am I calling a class as a function? Um, does it show which line am I doing it at? In mounted React 29. Yeah, let's look at the documentation for this. How do you create a chessboard in this? So chessboard usage, do you have integrating with chess engines? Not any of that. I just want, why did it even use this though? This makes no sense. If chessboard.js was more famous, we could have just used that. There's a lot of weekly downloads. I will give it that, but the coverage is not there. Also, I can't see any kind of a good documentation. I don't even know if this is any good or something. We'll have to see. We'll have to evaluate if we can use this into our app or not. Um, I can't find any documentation. And the last published date was 5 years ago. Let's look at chessboard.js just to check how is that different, or is that gonna be any better? Is this any better? Okay, last published 10 years ago. Nope, nope. Unmaintained, totally unmaintained. Uh, wow. Why would it be so unmaintained? That is shocking to me. Here it shows something different. I don't think these are the same things. How do I download this? npm install. I think these are different for sure. What was the name again? Oh my god, you're not gonna fuck with me like that. So which is the one that is most famous in some sense? Most downloaded this week. Let's just see. Which is the one that is most relevant right now? Chessboard GSX is the most relevant, shockingly. This one is also here, but this is way back. And this is the one that has the most recent update. So I think it's fine. I think it somehow made the right choice in what framework to use. So this is okay. You can work with this. Let's just go to the repository and see if there is any kind of documentation I can get at all, because I really need that to be able to understand how is this working. Are there some examples or something? Like, like what can I use to know if like how to work with this? Like how did people understand how to work with this? By manually going inside your code? Wow. Ah, it's so bad. Okay, let's just do one thing. Let's just go back to our chat app and let's ask it that this is giving me the error. Mm. Okay, so this is gonna do that. Till then, we can start working on the function that I was telling you about. And the function was to. So, one of the issues I found with the current chess engine that we have developed is the fact that it is only looking once inside of the depth, right? So, when it's scoring and it is giving all of this average, that what was the best move and what is the move that you played, it is not telling the line that should be played. So, the LLM is actually hallucinating a lot and is saying random stuff that doesn't even exist on the board, explaining a particular move or saying why this particular move was bad. Now, in some sense, it should have only said that this move is bad because this line follows. But there is no line information that we are giving to the LLM right now. The only thing that we are giving it is the move and the best move. So it just tries to justify that best move from some random memory and gives some random ass moves that don't even exist on the board that the user is playing. So that is confusing. So to improve that, we are going to give it the line. So the complete line we are going to provide inside of the summary itself. So if you look at our move eval formatter, you will be able to see what all we are using in the summary right now. So we are using the move count, the player name, my move, best move, score, and everything. We are also going to add the line here. So the line that follows. So the best line. So that is what we are supposed to add. And at the same time, we are supposed to refactor the code a little bit so that we can start writing some tests for it. So for that, the first thing we notice is that everything is inside of this game summary function, which is actually the endpoint that we are working with, and nothing is inside of the modules. So all of these game summary logic should ideally come from the modules. And the part that is there that is causing all of this comes from, so yeah, so one thing is this. So the best move and my move calculator. So this part can be a separate function itself. So it doesn't use anything else. It just uses my move and the best move for that position and just compares the score that we are going to receive by playing both of those moves. So this should actually move into a separate call itself. So I'm just going to copy, I'm just going to cut this from here, and I'm going to create a new file inside our modules, which is going to say my summary logic or something. What should I call it? Like, so these all are going to be my summaries, right? It's going to be my scoring. So, uh, I could have named the function move scoring, and the overall file I can name, like, basically I want to keep all the logic that's going to help me calculate all of these scores and classes. Maybe I want to do tactic classification on this move was which kind of a tactic. I want to give that input to LLM so that it can explain to the user in human terms that this move would have led to a pin tactic for some reason, or this move would have led to a some kind of a queen exchange or something like that. All of these tactical informations like defend the pawn, remove the defender, all of these different chess terminologies that we have. I want to have all of these things inside of this function, which is going to store what all logic do we need for the LLM to answer something. So this is going to be more of my uh, chess engine insights. So yeah, in here, I'm going to create a new function, which is my move scoring. And here I'm going to paste everything that I just said. And the engine, I'm going to get not from my main, but instead, anyway, I'm just copying the engine from here. So I'm just going to cut this line. We don't need to have the engine here because we are not using it anywhere else. And I'm going to paste it inside here. Yeah, here is where I'm going to have my engine. And for all of this, I need these imports. And the imports are gone because I saved the file. So I'm going to cut this and also the get engine code. So inside the helper only, inside the main, in fact, uh, cut again. So yeah, the get engine function from helper is what I need. Um, yeah, this should be fine. And also the board is not defined. So board is going to come as input, and also the move is going to come as input. And in fact, also the player is going to come as input. And what are going to be the types for this? I must have mentioned it here. The board is chess.board. I know that. Board is, the board is going to be chess.board. Move is going to be move, and player is going to be side. Perfect. So this should take care of everything. And the engine types, yeah. So engine types.loc. So we need this as an input as well. So the engine is also going to come from there, which is going to be engine types dot lco. Why was it calling it loc? I don't even know. That makes no sense. Why would I call it loc? Oh god. Engine. Yep. The engine is obscured by a declaration of the same name. Yeah, that's true. So I should call it engine type. And the limit is going to come from source, no, from chess dot import limit. I think chess dot engine import limit. Yeah, expected class, but received literal engine types LOC. Oh yeah, this should be actually engine types. That's all. We can give a default type as engine. Oh my god, engine. Oh my god, why do I keep pressing the wrong keys? Stockfish. Yeah, so I can give in a default type. That's okay. But this is how the move scoring logic should work. And finally, it should return the, so if I can go back here, we can see that what we needed from this was the best move score, and my move scores. From here, I should receive return best move score, and my move score. And the return, I'm also going to specify here the function signature. So this is going to be the best move is just.move, I think. I hope. Yeah, multiple ones should be parenthesized. That's true. Then we have float and float. What did you mean by parenthesized then? Did you mean like this? What did you mean by parenthesized then, bro? You're kidding me right now. Okay, this works. Great. Cool. So this is what the engine insights.py is going to return to me. And inside of my main.py, now I can import from source.utils. From source.modules dot engine insights, import move scoring. And we are going to get the best move, the best move score, and the my move score from engine insights. And we are going to give this, not engine insights, the move scoring. I'm going to give this the board, the move, which is going to come from, I think the move is just remains the move, right? Uh, it should actually be inside of the loop. Oh, my bad. Yeah, the move is gonna be move, and the player is gonna be again the player. The name remains the same. Argument of type color cannot be assigned to the player. Yeah, you're not wrong in that. But how was I able to do this before? Because I was doing it as no. Not here. I should go back to my main.py. What do you mean unintended in a match? Should match. Cool. Now all of this is working, and we don't call the engine.quit here, but we'll have to call the engine.quit every time, is it? Oh, that's what. Okay, cool. We don't need to call the engine.quit. I think the engine.quit should only be called if the server is closed, and that would be taken care of by itself. So we don't really need to worry about that right now. So yeah, we don't need to, if you were switching the engines in between, if you were giving the functionality where you can in between of a game switch from one engine to another, or not even in between of a game but in between of different analysis, if in UI we had a feature where we want to use different engines at different times, maybe we can have an engine.quit function then, but we don't really need that until we are allowing that engine switching, because yeah, that is not necessary right now. And the way we can do it is we can create another kind of a global variable which is going to store the engine, and if there is any engine stored inside of the engine right now, then we are going to replace it with the new engine calling the quits on the previous engine. Yeah, we don't need to call engine.quit, and everything else should be just fine. So yeah, this is the move scoring logic. We have moved it to a separate code. Now let's try to see what else we have to move away from here to make this file as simple as possible. Yeah, all of this actually, the way we are getting the board from the game, I don't think it should be a part of this thing. Uh, and also generating, I think the response generation should also not be a part of this thing. So basically, I want to call three functions from here, which is gonna be give me the response, get me the move scores, and get me the game. Basically, get me the board from the game. We don't use game anywhere else, is it? We do. Okay, so the game can be a part of this. That is fine then. At least for now, we'll see what do we want to do with the game. Get bored can be okay. So yeah, all of this is fine. Actually, you can keep this for now. Uh, Response generation is the question. So where should we move the response generation? So it should be inside of the 11 things, I think. We want to generate responses. Uh, this is basically the MCP call response. Now I don't want to generate it here because if at any point of time I want to change something, I don't want to change the endpoint itself. I want to change that function, and there should be some tests written with respect to that function. So I'm going to create another function for this. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to create new module, which is going to be my, this is going to be more like, it can actually be inside of the helper itself, but I think it should ideally be, what all does it need? It needs the game. It needs the board. It needs everything at this point. I think the better way of doing this will be if you can just create a new function, which is my summaries, some kind of a natural language, like insights, some text insights. So insight generator, insights extractor, or it can be inside of my engine insights itself. So I think we should have another function here. But this function is going to be dependent on that. Okay. I'm not sure if that is good or bad. If I should feel happy about it or I should feel bad about it. Uh, this is gonna be a dependent function at that point. Okay. I don't see an error in that if you're writing separate tests for movie well formatter, and then we're gonna write another test for the function that we are just talking about. So we just need to get responses from the game that we have, right? So all of this, I'm gonna move into a separate logic. And I'm gonna call that my, yeah, it can be inside of the engine insights for now. So def, I'm gonna call a summary.py. So I can have a bunch of different game summaries, bunch of different types of game summary, and this is where I'm gonna store them. Control Z actually, and def get engine summary. I'm going to define the inputs in just a second. So the PGN is going to be a string, and the side actually we don't need to do this here because this is something that is very specific to our endpoint. So I'm going to call this to be the chess.color only. So does it show me? No, it doesn't. So import chess for sure. From IO import string IO. And do we need anything else? We don't need to do this anymore because our player is directly going to be this. So we are going to directly input player. We don't need this logic. And then we need the move scoring part. So for that, I'm just going to say from source.modules.engine insights import move scoring. So if you want to add anything else in here, we will also add it here only. We are going to also import math. What that? What just happened? We're using math right here, bro. What are you missing? And from source.utils dot helper, we are gonna import a move eval formatter and still import math. No, you don't want to import math at all. Why would you not want to do that? Wow. Chess.pgn. Pgn is not an attribute of chess at all. Funny, because till yesterday it was. Response is gonna be coming from the game summary part. I'm just gonna return response from here. Yeah. And I don't know why is this coming up now. I'm pretty sure it should be there, but this is somehow not able to find it. Python test documentation. I'm pretty sure there's a .pgn, but I just want to make sure for, you know, import chess.pgn. Yep, I'm pretty sure there's a chess.pgn. I can just do that as well. That's the issue. If it is getting confused, let's rather have it like import chess.pgn. That should fix it. And now I can remove this. Cannot access attribute read game for class string. Oh, that's the issue, maybe. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Maybe that is the issue. So maybe it's getting confused because of this. Nope, it's not just that. I'm just gonna do pgn.read to name them. Or it's fine. Just do it like this. This also works. Okay, cool. So nothing else in here. Everything seems to be working. Cool. We have a get engine summary function. We have a engine insights function, and the POV thing just never works for some reason because info.get score can be none, and that's why it's concerned. But I can just do. I was thinking about this actually. I can just do chess dot engine score or something, right? And I'm just gonna set that POV score to something. What does it take? POV score, relative init, relative score and color. Okay. Yes, yeah, this that is easy for me to do. Relative score is gonna be what? 0.0. If I'm getting nothing from there, I'm just gonna assume it's 0. And the turn is gonna be, what was the turn like? First one, you need the color. Okay. So that should just be chess dot, or I have the player, right? It should just be player. Cool. Now you're happy. Float cannot be assigned to a parameter relative of type score. So it should input a score. Cannot instantiate abstract class score. Wow, dude. So how do I work with this? Score? How do I set a score? What is it? Centipon score. Okay, let's just do this. Centipon score, mate, given type. Okay. So we'll just do CP. Not this, but CP as 0. That's something I can do, right? Instead of using score, I'll just use CP, which is not abstract class anymore. And that can be just instantiated to 0. Yeah, perfect. Cool. So this gets rid of this thing, this particular error I'm seeing, which is because it's good right now. These kind of errors are good. And this is just trying to make sure that I don't leave any unnecessary bugs in my backend. If the score is not there somehow the API changes and I don't get a score, at least I'll just show 0 and 0 and the whole server will not crash, which is good. So that's why this is here. This is good. And also I'm gonna say the time as a variable, and I'm gonna start it at 0, and we'll have to keep modifying it if we ever want to. Yeah, it's sad how the way I'm writing this. I think the cleaner way would have been to just use two calls. I can just get the best move and the best score at the same time, and I can just calculate my move score by making my move and just checking for the score. But I'm doing it like this, and I'm not really sure if it is really helping, because if it's the best move, it's anyway gonna have all the best things. So maybe instead of doing all of this, if I can just ignore that and instead say the best move score is just gonna be, so this should save us some time, right? I can make this into another function itself to save get a score. But right now we are just gonna still work with it because there are only two calls I'm making to this. If I have to make more than two calls ever in the future, I'm just gonna convert it into another function. Wow, why was it longer than this line? Okay, got it. Got the reason actually. Tuple move score int is not assignable to return type move float float. It was supposed to return a score. No, right? We have to score it. Okay. So the BS was this. And then we used to calculate a best move score from this, which is going to be BS dot move. I'm just going to copy this. Also, there should be a variable somewhere. I think this is going to be important. Otherwise, our values will keep fluctuating and it would be pretty confusing. So yeah, we have removed one of the things. So this should make our function a little bit faster. I don't know why I did this in the previous stream. And the mate score, I'm going to put in the inside of a config, and I'm going to say the mate score, which is going to be a int, is going to be equal to, what did I just say? Oh no, not here. Inside the config. Yeah, cool. This is gonna be my main score. So here I'm just gonna copy this. Cool. Yeah, we have reduced the amount of magic numbers as well. So this should clean up the code a little bit and also speed it up a little bit. So yeah, uh, this part is done and we have refactored everything. We are getting very less errors now. And finally, we can now say that the response is gonna be from source.modules.game summary import get engine summary. You can just say get engine summary. Nope, no one needs get engine. Sorry for that. And here we're gonna have my PGN and this player. Player I'm gonna still parse. So what was I doing? If I can just look at it really quick, I can just go to GitHub for that. So I was pretty sure in the not here in the main actually. No need to go back that down in the line. Yeah, the player is just this. So I can copy this line here. And yeah, so the idea is that I want to only keep the thing that is very important and very specific to my endpoint. So the side thing is specific to my endpoint because I don't want the engine to do anything like true or false on the side. It should do white and black on the side because that's how the user will input it. And it would be easier for the engine to understand that. That's why we are using a side here, but I want to convert it into a player internally. So the way I'm doing this is that all the things that are related to my request and my endpoint are going to be inside of this endpoint itself, but anything that is related to the chess logic or the business logic of this particular API is going to be inside of the modules in different functions. So that's how we structure it. And this will allow us to write more unit tests in them. So that's what we are going to do sometime later. Maybe I'll not do it on stream because it's kind of boring to do. You have to just write different test cases, but I can show it to you on the stream once I'm done with it. So I'll be using PyTest and test coverage to actually calculate how much of our code are we actually covering with tests. And we will be making sure that our code actually works in all the different scenarios we can think of. And we can keep expanding on the test cases and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the idea behind using different test cases. Yeah, all of this seems to be fine now. Now let's work on the part that I was just talking about, which is line analysis. So inside of the engine insights itself, I also want to calculate a line now. So a line basically is for a particular move or a particular board position, what is the best engine line? So we want to check that. So to do that, I think we'll have to use engine.analyze in a for loop, and we have to see how deep in the line do we want to see. So maybe 10 moves, maybe 5 moves. So let's just define that, and we're gonna add it inside of our summary. I'm just gonna define best line. So it's gonna take a board again, almost the same things, not except the move and the time per move is still gonna be same. So yeah, I'm just gonna copy this line and I'm just gonna remove the move and the player because that's something we don't care about now, right? We just take the board position and from there we can predict. Yeah, the board is gonna understand which player is to move now. So yeah, the board is enough. We don't also need the player. We just need to know about the best line. And it's gonna return a list of chess dot move. Yeah, this is how it's gonna be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's gonna return value. Just wait for it. Okay. So and also I'm gonna do depth 10 maybe. One more thing we can do is we can try to create it as a separate endpoint, not directly add it in the move summary part, because that way the LLM will be allowed to see which is a critical position where it actually wants to understand the in-depth move analysis on why this particular move took place. And that way it will not be called everywhere, so the time would be saved. But right now I'm going to add it in the summary itself to see if the responses improve or not. And if the responses improve, I'm going to try to create it as a separate MCP endpoint, and the LLM can call it in only the critical situations and shouldn't just call it everywhere as such. So yeah, so I'm going to go for I in depth, or for underscore in depth. We don't really care about what is the move right now. We're going to do board. First of all, we have to get the engine, that it's still gonna remain the same. Int is not iterable. Yeah, of course. You are actually right. Now we just want to do this thing. Info is equal to engine.analyze and the best move. That's all that we need. We don't even need to do that, right? The move. Where is the move coming from? Which move is this? Oh, it's just saying that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We don't care about that. We're going to do random move. Is there a way to get a random move from board position? If there's a move, actually. How to check if there is a board move or not? First of all, that's the thing I think. I think that's the first thing we'll have to check. The board dot legal moves. Board. Class board. Where are all the methods for board? Oh, come on. You can be faster than that. Come on. Where are the boards? Not the X. Uh, board. Is there a class for board where I can access it? Dude, you're being so annoying right now. Let me tell you this. Perfect. This is what I wanted. Board dot is legal is one thing for sure. But that is also fine. We'll have to first check, is game over? Okay. Yeah. That should be the max depth. And if board dot, if not board dot is game over, then we are supposed to do the analysis. What's up, Chan? How you doing, man? It's all good. Been working on the chess engine. Not the chess engine, to be honest. It's the chess LLM in some sense. You can say that, maybe. We are just integrating LLM to a chess engine and trying to get the analysis from it to create a chess coach. Chess coach is the best word for it, I think. Yeah, that explains it the best. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead with that. Argument of type int cannot be assigned to a parameter object of the type sized in function len. Oh yeah, why am I doing len? It's not a list. That was stupid of me. Function declared. Yeah, yeah, it will return. It will return. See, it returned. Cool. And in here, if not board dot is game over is the first thing, right? Wow, where am I? A lot of files are open. I'm just gonna close all of this. This is just too much. And yeah, we were here. So if not board dot is over, this is when we want to do analyze the board and we want the best move from here. Info.get PV. We're getting the best move, but is there anything else that tells us that if the game is over or not? So board dot is game over is fine, but we have to also do legal moves or something. There should be a way to get all the legal moves. Uh, like basically what I'm trying to do is if nothing is returned from the bot for some reason, in a special case where nothing is returned, right? So we get this weird error that we just saw that it's not even an error, it's more of a warning. But we see that if we are getting nothing from this, it should not be the case that we just return a move. So that's what I was doing initially. If I was getting nothing back from the engine, I was just saying whatever move I played is the best move because I don't know any other move that exists. But right now, I don't have my move as an input. So I need to get all the moves that are in there in the board. And I'm just going to return any random moves from them because the engine for some reason didn't return me any move, which would not happen, but it's more of a fail safe in that sense. So is there a way to get legal moves? Oh my god, if I'm typing so bad. That was the one. I'm just seeing if it is here or not. Yeah, it is here. Board.legal moves, legal move generator dot count. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And also now if you show it to me like that, is game over was a function or was it also that is a function? Okay, cool. So legal moves. Legal moves is the key. Cool. And here, dynamic list of legal moves. Board.legal moves. Move in legal moves. Cool. So I'm gonna just return, also gonna import random for that. Why not? So I'm gonna do random dot choice board dot legal moves. Okay. So I'm gonna make it a list if that helps you. Because I know it's a sequence anyway, so it's easy to create a list out of it. Oh, why is it like this? It cannot be a single move, right? It's always gonna be a list. That's what you're giving me right now. I'm just gonna print this for verification. I think it should be fine. Does that work? What is even going on? Where? What expression? That is correct, right? You mean by expected expression? That makes no sense. Or am I being stupid? Random dot choice I for I in legal moves. Wraps and is legal. Okay. I'm just gonna do one thing, okay? Let's just go to some kind of a notebook. Basic checks analysis, just fine. And let's just ignore all of this. Oh, it's just once at once. That's not how it should be. That is kind of annoying. Yeah, and I should be able to do pod dot legal moves. Legal move generator at I. Okay. List of this. Does that not work somehow? It does work. It totally works. Board is not an attribute of type none, and all of this happens because of some bullshit. I'm just gonna ignore this, and I'm gonna go back here. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna. Oh my god, this error got me so instigated. I can't even speak properly anymore. Oh yeah, I understand it now. Actually, I shouldn't have a random dot choice here. I should have it here. Okay, this is fine. So we're gonna always pick the first legal move that the model is gonna give us if we don't have any legal move from the engine or any move at all from the engine. So that's what we are doing here. And this is gonna give me the best move. And whenever I receive a best move, I'm just gonna do best move dot append. What am I even doing? Best moves dot append best. So yeah, that way I'm going to store all of my best moves inside of here, and then I'm just going to return it till the given depth. So that way I'm just going to keep going until the game is over. And if it is not over, I will just break the loop. So that's how it should be. Do I need anything else in this? Time per move I'm maintaining, and this should give me the line that I want. Cool. This should work just fine. I'm just gonna in the game summary, I'm gonna create, or maybe in the helper, I'm just gonna create another function, which is gonna be my def this line formatter, which I'm gonna give a list of strings. So I'm gonna convert the moves into string is the idea overall. So moves is gonna be a list of string. And the way I'm gonna format it is pretty straightforward actually. I don't wanna do anything super creative. Best line is gonna be there's a way of there's no way of s printing in Python, right? There's just format. So I'm gonna say move is not defined. Okay, you can't write a whole Python expression in there. So what's a simpler way of doing this? Uh oh, my ear, my scratches ear. Oh my god, annoying. Sorry for that. I'm just gonna create a string here. I could have just done that inside there as well, but somehow I was just not able to think for some reason. And outside I was able to think of it. Weird. Okay, and dot strip, that should be it. And yeah, and this is my summary, and I'm gonna return the summary. That's totally it. Somehow the unintended is not matching. Why is it like this? Okay, so this is fine now. Now, what it allows is that now I can have my main.py where I'm producing the game summary basically. So I can have two options here. I think I can have the line generated here itself, and I'm going to send it in the response. So in the get engine summary itself, there could be a way to get the best lines also, and there I can do it. Or I can have a separate endpoint for that. So I'm just going to create a flag here, which is going to be my include lines. So, oh my God, both of the ears are itching. I guess I'm just not habitual to wearing headphones for this long, and I have to wear them because for some reason, even compared to my phone or my laptop, this is the one that has the best audio quality, and that's why I want to stream with them. And it also makes it easier if I want to play a video or something because I don't have to worry about the echo issues. So yeah, that's the issue right now. So I'm just gonna call it to be true for now. And we're gonna keep this feature flag always so that even if we want to have a separate endpoint for the lines later, we can still have it in the summary as well. If you want to either remove it, we will remove it. Otherwise, we'll just keep it right here. So cool. And also for the best moves, maybe we don't need to really find the best line. But I want to keep the time per move same just to make sure that we are not getting different moves for two different summaries. That would create everything pretty confusing. We can also give the board after moving the best move actually. That will save us some depth. So yeah, that makes sense. So either we want to create the best line separately. In that case, we'll just give it directly. We don't have anything control. But when we are creating it from the game summary, we have already scored the moves. So one thing extra that we can do is we'll give the board after playing the move. So we'll create a copy of the board. That's what we're going to do right here now. Let's go back here. We're going to create a copy of the board. Here, we're doing that. Here. And then we're going to give it to the game summary. That way we are ensuring that the summary doesn't have any issues like that. So yeah, the response will not be finished until, or in fact, the response will be finished. Yeah, it's just here. I'll get the best move. And then I'm just gonna do print, not even print. Why am I printing? What am I printing? Oh my God, I've been streaming for so long. My brain has just gone blank. Okay, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Let's have some Mountain Dew. You know, let's just do that. It's a lot of sugar. It's super unhealthy for you. Just keep bringing those comments. Let me know. Let me know all of it. How bad it is for me. Really bad. Really bad. So good. It tastes so good. I don't know if it's bad for me, but I love the taste. Come on. So yeah. So yeah, we have my board. We created a copy. We push the move, and now is when we want to send it to the best line. Oh my God. Yeah. So the best line is gonna get the board, which is be my. And what else does it need? Does it not need anything else? It does need some couple of other things. I remember. It needs the engine type, which is set by default, and everything else is set by default. So perfect. Brilliant, actually. So yeah, this is just set for us. This will give us the best move line. So this is gonna give me basically what we call a engine line. Uh, and now after the response is generated, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have my, so if I go back here inside of my helper, I can see I have my moves here. So I can just copy this directly in there. So the way I'm going to do this is just response plus equal to line, test line summary. It should be somewhere there. Test test line formatter. That works. The name works. And we're going to send in the moves. But this moves, the print actually doesn't return them in the format I want them in. So let's go back to the notebook just to show you what I'm talking about. So if I go back to the notebook that we had, if only I can find it somewhere. Yeah, here. So I can see that the moves that I get are moves dot from UCI, but the UCI format moves have a issue, in my opinion. If I just do that, also print them, then you will be able to see. And the issue is that they don't follow the move order or the syntax that chess players follow. So we have to change it to something else. Dot to where? No, that's not it. So here it is same, but I'm pretty sure we can find some move that would be different. Let's just do one thing now. Let's just create a line, or maybe let's just analyze the game and print the move from there. There itself. Why is all of this sad now? Can't access item in type. Yeah, these are errors we don't need to take care of in the notebook. They are just typing errors. We took care of them during the encoding. That's more than enough. That's more than enough, trust me. So we're gonna import FMT from somewhere, which I'm not really interested in doing. So I'm just gonna remove it for now. Give me the whole move. What's the worst? There will be more floating points. That's all. Now it should work. So it will be generating the moves, but what I wanted to show you was the difference between printing the move directly and printing it with like the export format. So I'm gonna somehow interrupt this. I don't know, why doesn't it show any shortcut for interrupt? There should be a shortcut for interrupt. Let's see now. So E to E4, it's represented similarly. That's fine. All of this is represented similarly. Okay. We have not exchanged any pieces till now, is what I'm guessing. Because when exchange happens, you will be able to see the difference. It is actually not showing any difference at all. I'm pretty sure our exchange must have took place by now. Which format is it? Is it the UCI format? Which format does it like differently? Where can I can see the like the chess format, proper chess format? There should be a moves, right? Move. Yeah. Promotion drop UCI from UCI move dot null. Get a UCI string from the move. For example, a move A7 to A8 would be A7 A8. The later is a promotion to a queen. UCI representation of a null move is 00000. I don't want the null representation, is the problem. I want the somehow I want the so convert want it in the user notation. How can I manipulate this chess notation with Python? To convert to a standard algebraic chess notation. Oh, is that what it is called? Oh, we'll have to do something like this. Ah, I see. We can define the string actually. This is perfect. So yeah, it makes sense. We'll have to identify it from the board. It actually makes so much sense. Uh, that's why crazy. It just clicked to me as well. So I'm just gonna copy this. I'm gonna rerun this, UCI to scan. And now instead of printing it like this, it just needs the move, right? And the board fin actually. Oh, does it need the fin? I can't give you the fin. I can just give you the board. That's better. Yeah, I'm just gonna give you the board. You know the fin. Not optional, it's just the board. So I think now the thing that we have to change a couple of things. So let me just show you. So UCF move to string. So UCI should not be a string. I'm just gonna give you the move itself. And also the just dot board. And I'm gonna put this in the helper somewhere. So converts a UCI move to scan. UCI move string, the UCI, yeah, UCI move. Cool. Move in board dot liquid moves, return board dot sand move, else return none. Perfect. I don't want to return none. That is return string. Just keep it to string is what I want. Cool. This should be it. Should be perfect. I'm just gonna copy this inside of some helper. First, we'll have to test this. So instead of doing any of this, I should be able to just do UCI. What was the name again? UCI to scan. Yeah, we'll have to also pass in the board here. That's the difference. So we'll make this change some places and this should give me this. Everything should be in the standard chess annotation now. So that would make it so much better. Yeah, perfect. So this is what I was talking about, like the knight c3, bishop c4, t6, e4, all of these chess notation that people are familiar with, the actual players are familiar with. That's what we should be using. And we were using some computer chess notation, which comes from the UCI format, which is better for computers, but it gets really annoying if someone is analyzing it and they see separate notations at chess.com or something and they see separate notations here. So that's why I wanted to update this. So yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what we needed. Pretty simple to implement actually. But yeah, I didn't it actually makes sense why it comes from the board, because you need to know. So in computer chess you can just say that the e2 position needs to move to e4. That's why in the UCI format we do like c2 c4, e2 e4, and that is pretty standard. Like you just give the initial square of the uh, piece and you give the final square of the piece, so the source and destination, and we just see whatever piece is there. We don't really even care about what piece is there. If we know that the move is legal, we'll just move that piece to that position. That's it. That's how we take care of it in computers. But in real chess, you want to know what you particularly moved. So you moved knight g6, so you said whatever knight is actually able to go to g6, I'm going to move that knight. And to be able to know if at a position there is a knight or not, you want to know the board. That's why we want to input the board, and that's why only the board can output the SAN and not the move can be directly converted to the SAN format. That actually makes a lot of sense. That actually goes to show some insights into how chess library that we are using is actually storing moves and boards inside. So the board doesn't really care about what all moves are being played on it, and so the board can be reached from any particular position, and the move doesn't really care about which board it belongs to. So the move only cares about the geometric path where, like, you're moving from e2 to e4, and that's all the move stores. It doesn't know what piece it has, what is it taking on the other square. It doesn't have any of those informations, which is great. So yeah, so we have the conversion ready. So now I can put this inside of the helper. I will have another function here, which is my UCI to SAN. Everything should be fine. And now I should be able to go inside of my game summary. And here I can just do UCI. And what is UCI to scan? UCI. Yeah. Argument missing. Yeah. Board. You need to give the board. And the board is going to be my, is it? Oh, so that's interesting. It shouldn't be implemented here. Yeah, this is wrong. So it should be implemented in the moves for scoring. So this is just gonna be whatever best line I get. So this is fine. So engine line is gonna be just this. And now I have the access to directly pass in here. So engine line is gonna be directly passed here. I don't really have to worry about anything else. And also the best move should be added here as well. So, oh, best move should be added here. Okay. So best move and is gonna be UCI to SAN. I'm gonna call it BBS, being mm, board best move. That's it. Best move. It should be BBM. Yeah, that sounds more fun. So yeah, this is how it should be. And then you can just do best move SAN plus engine line. No, engine line is, yeah, it's not this anymore. That's the thing. It is going to be a string. And in here, whenever we are appending a move to the best moves, what we are going to do is we're going to say best move SAN is going to be so best move comma board. So that way we are taking care of everything. And also inside of my move scoring now, I don't want to return the best move like this. That's the thing. Because I just want to return the string directly now, which is the SAN move basically. So I want to go back here just to check how am I using the move scores. Because I know I'm using the best move, but I need to somehow take care of the SAN part of it. So this should have been updated by now. Oh, come on, just tell me. How can that be the case? Where is the move? Best move SAN? That's not move. And the best line now returns a line string. So I don't know what you're yapping about. I'm just going to reload the workspace. Was this? Red line irritates me. But at the same time, it helps me from making silly errors. So it's fine. It keeps me away from that at least. So that works for me. Now that we have all of this ready, I was saying that now in the get engine summary, where we are doing all of these move things and everything, when we are generating the response, instead of sending the string of the best move or the string of the move, we're going to send the UCI to SAN of that move and UCI to SAN of the best move. But at the same time, we will also need the board position, which is fine, which is the current board position, right? Not this position for sure. Why does engine summary have all of this? Okay, okay, okay. That's fine. I'm getting distracted by random things now. But yeah, we were here and we are pushing the moves to the board, right? Yeah. So the board should be here. So this should be board. Not here again. Here. Because that should be BBM again. Because the best move stand here means the best move at the current position. That would actually be at the board before pushing it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So the best move stand should come from the board because we have already pushed the move in BBM and we are only sending it to the best line so that we have all the moves after the best move so that there is no confusion among them. The best line and the best move doesn't change. I am not sure if there can be engines which have some kind of probability and it can cause issues where once it recommends the best line as a different move and once it recommends the best move as a separate move. And the issue on my side from there will be that those will not align and that will cause some issue in the analysis that can confuse the LLM and that could be a long-term issue. That's why whenever I'm calculating the best move, I want to also use the same best move inside of my best line. And to do that, I'm already pushing the best move and then I'm sending it to generate the best line till the depth I want. And then I'm finally adding that best move before that engine line so that the best move will always match the best line. So hope that makes sense. And this should be all. This way we have added the lines part that we were just saying inside of our chessboard, and at the same time we have also converted every move to the SAN format, so that way it should be more understandable for the LLM as well, because all the textbooks on chess and everything would be written in the SAN format, and that would be easier for the LLM to understand. And at the same time, for any user interacting with our LLM, it should be also easier because they are also familiar while playing chess to work with the SAN format, which is again like the 96, bishop f4, all of these kind of move notations come from the SAN format. I wasn't aware of the name myself. I just used to call it standard chess notations, but I think it's something like standard algebraic notations or something. I don't know why it's algebraic. I don't really want to know. But yeah, we just wanted to know how to convert to the SAN format. And now that we are able to do it, we can try testing it. So to test it, let's start up the server somewhere. It's not started anywhere. Okay. So fast FCB run in 2222. Not found, huh? How about now? Now it's found. I don't know why I'm happy about that. That there's nothing to be happy about in it. And testing. So let's go back here. Let's try running this. Again, there's no module. Why is everything updated? Why don't you remember that this was the tool I was using for this? Maybe because of reloading the video window, it forgot everything. Client is not defined. How is client not defined? Are you kidding me? Let's see. And this should just work. If it doesn't work, there is a bug that is left on our code and we'll have to fix that. But hopefully it will work because from the pilot itself, we are not facing any errors. And I was just able to set that up. It works amazingly now. If you want, I can update the config files. So if you really want to make the max out of your uh, Python configuration in Z, and if you really want to make the best out of your Z editing experience, you can actually use some configurations to set up your pylint and everything so that you get the best information and get inline hints for everything that you're doing. And for that, I can just show you my configuration really quickly, just so that you are also aware of that. So you can go to the language settings. These are not the ones. You can also toggle from there. So let's just do that. From the setting itself, you can toggle to the language settings, which hopefully I'll do. Why did it not open the settings? Oh, it's opening it on my different window for some reason. But yeah, inside here you have languages. You can edit it in settings.json, and here you will be able to see the exact configuration I'm using for Python. And I'm not using Pylint. I was just using it as an example. I'm mostly using, I assume, black and rough based pyrite or something. It was a bunch of configurations. I had to do a lot of hit and trial to reach them. You can just copy them. You can look at this right now, and that will give you the same kind of highlights and error marking as you were seeing in my code, which helped me through a lot of error. As you can see, I didn't have to really run the code till I ran the code, which it finally worked, hopefully. Where is the where is the notebook? Let's see. It is still executing. Oh my god, it's gonna take a while, isn't it? The lines, yeah, the lines are gonna take up the whole bunch. Yeah, we could have reduced the time. We could have done it to 0.5 seconds. We can reduce every time to 0.5 second right now. And actually, let's just, are we using it here? No, we are not adding it here now. So let's just do that. So time per move, so that we just have to change it at one place. We are gonna make the default to be 0.5, and it's gonna be a float. Uh, we'll also have to add doc string for all of this. Yeah, that's a lot to be done. And also we have to add test cases and everything. That's important. At least for me, it's really important right now. And also here I'm gonna say if include lines, then only you have to do that. And here I can do, actually that is when you should do all of this. So you shouldn't run the function at all. Otherwise it's going to take the same amount of time and not even run the lines. What's the point of that? Cool. So this should take care of everything else. And here I should be able to specify the time per move. The time per move is going to be time per move. So there we just did some attribute drilling of hours. Float cannot be assigned to time per move of type int. Why is it an int? It should be a float. Stupid. 1.0. And here also it should be a float. Cool. So this should be everything. And again, it will need a reload of a window to actually understand what I've just done. It's kind of slow in that sense. But at the end of the day, it works. So not too much to complain about. And I can just copy this here as well. And yeah, that way I should only be able to change it at a single place. And also, one more thing that I wanted to change was the depth. So I should be able to control the depth as well. So line depth this is going to be an int for sure. So I'm going to set it to be 5 by default, because otherwise it's going to take too long as it is right now. And here I'm going to set the best line to be depth, max depth. It's going to be 5. So this way it should actually take care of everything. And not 5, sorry. The line depth which I'm setting. So yeah, a little more control over it that way. And I can put all of this inside of my main. So the main is pretty small now, which is what you should have. So it should only control the parameters and everything that you want to control. So time per move is going to be 0.5 and line depth is going to be 5. This is what we want. Cool. So all of this should be working now. And if I go to the testing part, if I can find that file, here it is. I should be able to see it. So I can restart this with here. And now it should be kind of faster. It should be way faster, hopefully. Because we have reduced 2 times to half. So basically it should be 1/4 of the time. That's the idea. Let's see. But it's still going to take some time, which is what we expect. Okay. So let's just run this for now. Let's just test if this works or not. And we'll then compare one game with the chess.com analysis bot and with our analysis. And we'll see if we are comparable to that or not right now. And if we are, then we'll do some more upgrades next time. And I'll start working on view.js, try to understand that, and we'll work on the UI in the background. If you want me to do all the UI part in front end, it's on the live stream as well, you can let me know in the comments down below. I can do that as well. But I think that would be kind of a tedious task in some sense, because there's going to be a lot of learning going on from my side. There's going to be a lot of hit and trial going on, and I'll make some stupid works which will make you angry and will make your faces red and you will want to almost kill me. So all of these things is gonna happen if I do it on live stream. But if you still want it, if you still have that masochistic point of view where you enjoy all of this, let me know in the comments down below and we'll do all of the front end coding on the live stream as well. But for now, the MCP part of it is pretty clear, and I'll see what kind of a API I can use. So I know I have the Gemini API that I can use, but last time, if you remember, when I was working on the invoice management system, if you have seen those live streams, which you most probably have not, and however sad I feel about that, but ignoring that for now, the issue is that with the Gemini call, they provide a maximum tool call of around 5 to 10 tools. And that makes it really difficult for me to test the tools. And that's what happened in the invoice management system. And that's why I stopped working on it. But if we can get a tool to work, which does it, like if we can get a local LLM to work, we'll be able to test it better because it will work with the I know the results are there. I'm just going to complete the sentence I was just saying. So the local LLM, if that works, we can have unlimited number of tool calls with it. And also it is going to really help us with this particular project, because if our insights, if our summary works with a smaller LLM, which doesn't have enough history about its experience, it would work with any LLM. So we will be able to work on the LLM agnostic progness that we were speaking of. And at the same time, we also have to add this is completely off topic, but it reminds me that we also have to add a opening book as a API into our MCP, because right now the LLM is, from its memory, from its whatever web scraping experience, it is saying that this is the particular opening that you are playing from the black side and from the white side. But we don't want that. We don't want LLM to hallucinate those things. We want to give him the information. We want to give him the context. That way we can ensure that LLM is only aligning to the context, and we are already sure that the context is going to be correct 100% of the time, because it's a pretty standard code. So that's what we want to create a LLM application like. So yes, for that we need to use some kind of a opening book to be integrated in our code. So that would be the next steps on the improvement side. But before that, the MCP tool has returned perfectly. And if I run this again, it should run again without any error. So we were able to find that the engine.quit line that I had in between all of my code was the actual culprit that was causing the engine loop closed kind of a failure because I was quitting the engine every time and it was the same singleton. So that's why it was failing. And I shouldn't call engine.quit until unless my program is over or I want some kind of a resource constraint environment where when I'm switching to from one engine to another, I want to deload the previous engine and I want to quit that. But that is not really necessary for our task. So we can have both the engines loaded if we want to, and we don't really have a use for engine.quit until unless we want that. And then we can have a switch statement where if a model switches from one to another, we will switch the model that is being hosted in the backend. So that will just work. And again, so that allows it to work again and again. Previously, it was not working again and again because it was calling engine.quit into end. So that was the bug. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. And yeah, we have a whole bunch of things to be done on the chess analysis part and everything. Why do I have packages here? What is this? Why do I have a node modules right here, sitting right here? What is all of this? This all of these things are inside here, right? Did we do something stupid that caused this? I'm not really sure. And this also reminds me that I have to add all of these things to my git ignore. Yeah, these are the two things, right? And I don't want you to have a separate git ignore actually. I'll just copy whatever you have inside of my same git ignore. So you can delete yours. And also I'm gonna delete the git file that it has. So front end, where is the front end? There's no front end. CD chess analyzer, rm-rs.git. So that way it doesn't have a separate git of its own. It's gonna follow the same git that we have. And yeah, we have added the git ignores, so that should work just fine. And the underscore should be removed. Cool. That would have been a big trouble. And yeah, that should be all. So let's see if it returned again or not. It returned, so we can just try calling it with MCP. So let's just pick a game and see if we can analyze and try to compare it, the results with chess.com one. And that should call the close for this video. And before that, I'm just gonna add everything up. First, I should just check that I'm not including anything that shouldn't be included. Yeah, these node modules, I don't understand. Why is it in the home page? So I'm just gonna remove them as well. rm-rf node modules rm package lock. Also, if you guys have any other better engine recommendation for me to be included in this particular app, you can just let me know. I'll try to integrate that engine as well. And this was more of the LLM side of things that we haven't started working on yet. It is just gonna be something we will be working on later. So yeah, that's still left. So git add. First of all, let's add the chess analyzer. Let's call it initial commit for chess. So this is the first thing I want to do, first commit. Then I'm going to do git add MCP server. So this is just that I can write more messages, and I was not doing it while I was developing it. I should have added comments right then and there. So I'll just do it now. So refactored the code, added Added a tool to analyze best lines. What else did I do? Did I do anything else? Mostly that, actually. Mostly that. While writing the Git files, you actually feel that what are you even doing in your life? Because that's the first time you realize you haven't done nothing much to be written about. Did I really do anything else? It's mostly refactoring, I'll say, most of the time. And also, it was a lot of trying to get the LLM to work, but that just failed miserably. And the front end worked. At least we were able to get the PGN and stuff in the view. We were not even getting that initially, but I'm getting some random errors, which I'm not really sure of how to fix. And I don't really want to waste too much time in there because I know, like, I know, right? I know I don't know view. So why would I want to waste too much time on that before actually just at least having a 15-minute course on it? At least that much should be done from my part before trying to understand it. So at least I'll do that and then I'll get back to trying to solve this particular problem and build our chessboard for analysis. And I'll do the updates on Git. Just follow the repository. If you're watching this video and you are working on this chess tool, if you're cloning this, if you're trying to work on this, at least star the repo. That will help my ego. That will help calm my insecurities. Don't you want to do that? Don't you want to do that to a guy who's begging you for this? But that's a different personality of mine. That's mostly hidden inside. So ignore that part. Okay, cool. So we mostly refactored the code. We have added a tool to analyze best line, added support for best lines. In summary, mostly that. I don't think we did anything other than that on the MCP server side. Yeah, and mostly also we'll have the tests set up very soon now because we have everything as a unit now, so we can start writing some unit tests for it. And also now we're gonna add the backend part. Updated backend folder to store the app backend logic. Fast API. So this is going to also have our SQL and any other database that we are going to use. All the authentication logic and everything else is going to be inside of the backend. So the MCP server is a separate server and the backend is going to be separate. And the MCP server is going to be accessed by the LLM, which would be accessible by the backend, either via API or either via hosting some MCPs, hosting some LLM. But yeah, these are two separate entities in my head because MCP is just gonna you use directly by the LLM, and the backend is more of a separate service which is taking in account the LLM calls, taking in account the user calls from the front end. So the data that we have to store for a particular user IDs from the chess.com user base and all of those things are going to be stored in the backend, whereas the MCP server is just going to store the response structure for the LLM to help answer our queries related to our chess game or something. Yeah, so updated backend to add the fast PI logic, initial commit starter, or I'm just not gonna even commit it. So I'm just gonna add git add dot git ignore. Yeah, I'm just not gonna add the backend part right now. I think I just added it. Oh fuck. Okay, now it's added. Whatever. Uh, I supposed I'll not add it. I forgot to reset, and now it's there. So it's fine. What's done is done. I don't really want to change it. It's not issue in the commit history of the repo as such. So I'm just going to back to the repositories in the chess analysis tool. Yeah, and I'm also going to update the README. So now I know a lot more about where the tool is failing and everything. So I can update what are the next steps that we are going to follow in this repo. So let's just go back to the README file and see what all we have done, if you have done anything. Game summary feature that gives you a broad insight on each move played and its impact on the player per move in detailed analysis. Then we also want to have what do we call it? Some kind of a uh, yeah, what was I calling it? Opening book. Opening book integration to suggest better moves and explainable insights during opening phase of the game. So there's one thing that we should have. Tactic classifier, we still haven't worked anything on that. UI part, we are not doing React plus JS now. We are doing Vue plus JS. That's how we're going to do it. Chess history analysis and suggestions for improvement. That's pretty far away right now. And what else was there actually? What else did we decide on working on? Yeah, mostly it's the integration of the opening book that I think is really important right now. And also we want like move level analysis. So the LM should be able to check why a particular move would have done even worse. So it should be able to suggest a move that will play in a particular board position, and we should be able to do that analysis. So dynamic move based explanation actually comes in that. So I think that point covers it. And mostly this is the update that we want to add going forward. And if I think anything else is needed, if I have any other idea, I'll just add it in the README as well, in the to-dos. Cool. We are slowly going to tackle all of these to-dos and all of those things. But yeah, this is all for today. Let's now finally get to checking how our LLM is performing by comparing the performance of Cloud Code's analysis with uh, simple tool analysis. And also we'll have to update the config file somehow. So now we have removed that part. So we have to do UV run. Yeah. So let's just also do that. So if you see the code we are using now to run our fast MCP server is actually something like this. So is there some way? Actually, let's do that. That would actually be much better. In Cloud Code, can you add HTTP? I don't want to add a STDIO as my MCP. I want to add yeah, streamable. Yeah, this one. So popular MCP servers. Cloud Core connects to tool via MCP, implement features. So in the config, I should be able to add these things, right? Uh, oh, MCP, is there anything about MCP? Tool available in cloud. Yeah, not these things. Managing your servers at a remote HTTP server. Yeah, this is what I want to do. At a local HTTP server. No, but how do you do it inside of the config? I don't want to do it like this. Yeah, add MCP servers from JSON configuration. What is all of this, man? How can I simply add? Is that how they have done it now? So I don't have to edit the config file itself? Is that an upgrade that has happened? Maybe. Maybe that's the case then. Okay, we'll just try to do this then. So if I have Cloud Code installed, should I already have the thing for them? Yeah, I'll post you upon in the other window. Um, let's just go back from here. Can't I just see it? Oh, okay. I thought everything hanged for a second. So yeah, I should go to Ghosty now if I can see it. That's all. It was on my separate window, but then it just vanished. So Claude, I don't have their terminal. So how else can I get your terminal actually? Okay, first of all, how do you install this Claude CLI, whatever you have? I have already set up Claude code, but you still didn't give it to me. There's a lot of changes. Will it update something? Let's see. So now I should not need that stupid JSON file where I was changing the configurations because that is really annoying. The HTTP server will make life so much easier because then I can just connect dynamically. I can switch on the server if anything is failing, and if there's an error, I don't have to restart Cloud again and again. So yeah, I think that MCP development environment will make much more sense because in the previous stream, I think a lot of time was wasting just in opening and closing Cloud again and again, which was pretty annoying to be honest. So yeah, let's just wait for it to install Cloudcast. And I think we had asked ChatGPT last about if there is a fix into what we are doing. There was some kind of error we were facing regarding, yeah, we were facing an error regarding the chessboard where it was just failing because it said that you can't use a chessboard as a class. This error occurs because chessboard GSX exports are there. Okay, so that is one of the changes from your side that I can use the chessboard.js. Keep your template div and instantiate the board via the chessboard.js API against a DOM element. If you include via script the global, I don't really want to do that because it's not very well maintained. Option B, use chessboard element, web component. Chessboard element provides a chessboard custom element that works in any framework, including Vue, and exposes methods and attributes and dragging without React. Okay, chessboard element. What is that? I think we saw some downloads from this as well. So I think this is also kind of good. So let's go back to the npm chessboard element. I think this was the one with the latest commit actually, to be honest. The latest being relative because that's around 4 years back, I think. Oh, a year back. I think this is the latest one then. Let's just use this. I think hopefully this would be the most maintained, maybe. Yeah, let's just use that this one then. So how do you remove a package from npm? Npm uninstall. Okay. Let's go back here. Okay, this is also installed. So load MCP. Now I should be able to add my MCP, but before that, let me just switch on my server. And if I go here, where was the MCP part? Oh, no, none of this. Ignore this, ignore this. Yeah. just analysis tool, and it's going to be HTTP to this thing slash MCP, I think. And the transport remains HTTP. Why did I copy the SSE one? That's just stupid of me. Yeah, the transport is gonna be HTTP. This should be it. Edit server with URL to local config, files modified. Okay, so let's just neo vim into this file as well while we are at it. Put this. And here I'm gonna remove. Oh, there is nothing here actually. There's only one server here. Okay, yeah, I get the. I guess the MCP's the cloud thing just got updated. Oh, that makes sense. So now these are all asynchronous. So I don't need to restart the cloud app every time I have to update anything in my server. I can just keep running with the same. Unexpected token H using hello from backend is not valid JSON. What? Oh, it's still taking in the previous local file, is it? No, I don't want to look at the logs. I just want to open the JSON. That will work for me. I know what you're doing. Oh my god, again, the same thing happened. It's lost in some Finder window. Oh god. Oh wow. And I move this. Yeah, quick ride. It is just not showing up. Can I close this somehow? Could not attach MCP server. Yeah, it makes sense because you're not letting me edit it. New Finder window. And you're gonna go to Claude. I don't even know, dude. This is annoying. This should be inside. Where should it be inside? It just showed me, right? The path. And I've removed it already. Okay. What I'm gonna do is this just gonna show me error. I can just delete the tool, right? Perfect. So I'm just gonna have the server there, but not this stupid thing. So now if I look at these things, do I not have that connector that I just added from Claude? Why is that not showing up here? I just added one, right? What do you have to do after this? So on your machine while remaining private to your user account. Okay. So I should actually be able to do this, right? On developer, not local MCP servers. That's the issue. It is not showing me the more generic connectors. Chess analysis tool. It doesn't have my tool here. So MCP list was a thing, right? Cloud MCP list. It is connected. So why is it not showing up here? Build with cloud code. I've added the MCP. I'm not able to see it. within Cloud Code. So do I have to do something here? Let's say let's create it a new project. Yes, an analysis tool. So inside of the projects, should be able to see this now, where I want to use my connectors. No, 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 no. None of this is what I want. Oh, very confusing. Very confusing indeed. So I want it to be scoped somehow, right? That was the thing it was telling me. So yeah, I'll also check the chessboard element thing, but first I need to be able to see it. In the Cloud code, use this command. This is the Cloud code, right? Or is it the Cloud desktop? Are these two separate things somehow? Oh my God, there's so much questions that are coming up to my mind. I think it is a separate thing then. Welcome to Cloud Code. Think harder. Oh, okay. Uh, so what do I have to do here? Wait a minute. Read the documentation. Overview. Code Get started. Installed. CD your project and Cloud. Okay. I'm just gonna go. Nope, nope, nope. Wow, pretty big name. And I'm gonna do Cloud. Uh, I think the dark mode just works fine. Anthropic console account. Select login method. Account with subscription, APIs. Oh shit, I don't have any of those. My bad, bro. So I can't use Cloud text. So I'll have to only use add HTTP MCP in Cloud desktop. Is there a way to do that? Oh, okay, so you'll have to add local MCP servers, is it? Okay. Uh, okay, this is a bit tricky then. So we'll have to still use the local one with this. Ah, we deleted it. Have deleted it. We'll have to create the config file again now. Edit config. And it is just not able to show me my Finder. How can I just close the Finder window? That is so stupid. Oh yeah, there it is. And it vanished again. Where is it even lying for me to not be able to find it? Okay, okay, whatever. It's getting too annoying. I'm just gonna use the local MCP server, but for that I need the config, which is gonna be at a particular path. Yeah, I'm just being so terribly annoyed right now. Okay, it's fine. So we will not be able to use this, sadly. We'll have to just do again keep the same thing. So in here I'm gonna do if underscore name, then MCP dot run, and the transport this should be stdio, and that should be it. And to be able to achieve this, I'll have to open the Claude config file, which I'm just not able to open because of some Finder issue, which I should be able to tackle from the activity monitor. So before that, I just want to close some of the applications I have open because again, I don't want my system to crash randomly. It's just a MacBook Air. I don't expect too much from it. Oh, this is the tool log, which is fine. I can close this. And now we should be able to go back. Yeah, I was just thinking of using the activity monitor to close the Finder window and then restart it. So where is the Finder here? So let's try and now I should be able to reopen it. And now it should be at the right place, hopefully. Yeah, perfect. Activity monitor rules. So let's open it with Z. And there are no MCP servers now, so I don't even have a reference to it as I used to have. But I'm pretty sure I had put it in the repo for the invoice manager. So let's go back there. Let's go back to our MCP invoice manager. And in here, we should be able to find the config. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, this is what we want. And just the things that I'm going to change, pretty basic, just analysis tool. That's what we're going to call it now. Command is still going to remain the same. Directory is going to remain the same, except we are going to copy this path. And then you can just do pretty much the same thing, except you'll have to do main.py. So yeah, from that side, the development environment is still not greatest, but I think we can just test it, the MCP server, by calling it from the fast MCP client, and then we can open Claude. So that way it would be taken care of. And I'll have to still restart Claude every time I want to do some changes and test it with the LLM. So that is still annoying. And that's the life I have to accept for myself. What is this? This is nothing. I can just close this. And yeah, so now my MCP server should be connected properly. And I want to close the web search part because I don't want that for sure. And now, if let's just pick a game. Let's just have the chess.com open on the left and our MCP server open on the right. And let's just analyze a game. So let's just pick this one. Why not? And let's go back to the analysis part. And I'll not, okay, I'll allow him to speak. It's okay. I really don't want to hear his voice, but I'll allow him to speak. And I don't want to work on front end on the stream right now. But if you want me to work on it later, we'll do it from the next stream onwards. All of this chessboard element and stuff, I'm just gonna do that myself. because I want to first learn Vue at least. I want to get some basics of it on my hand, and then I want to start working on it. So yeah, this is going to be the structure again, just for you to see once more. I'll create a better structure of this on some kind of a flow generator app, and then I'll upload it on the README as well. But till then, you can see this kind of a structure that I've generated. I hope this made sense to you guys. I'm just going to leave this page now. This is okay to me. Yeah, you worked your way. It's fine. MCP we already worked with. MLXLM is not working with the OpenAI compatible thing. We'll have to look into that. And now, finally coming back to the game. Okay, and this, no, that's not how I wanted it to be. Perfect. And now I'm just gonna copy the PGN. So in fact, PGN I can also get from, but I don't remember which game number is it, so I'm just gonna copy it. Oh, I'll have to go back, is it? Which game was it? I don't even remember. Maybe this was the one. So yeah, I should be able to share it, which will allow me to copy the PGN with the timestamps. So, and again, just to make sure, not using anything, no web search, only the chess analysis tool. That's what we want to do. And let's ask us to please analyze this game for me in detail. Please create an in detail analysis for this game. That's it. That's gonna be a prompt. So this is the general structure we are gonna follow basically. And let's just ask it to do that. Till then, we'll be doing the game review here, and then we'll compare both of the results. Again, Mountain Dew. I'll just set it to always allow. This tool doesn't really have any security issues as such. And yeah, also, if I didn't show it in the previous stream, which I hope I had, but yeah, we will be adding the. So I was working on the notebooks and seeing if you can integrate it with the chess.com website, and all of the games that are there are publicly available, and I can search them by the user. So yeah, so you will be able to put in your chess.com ID directly, and that will allow me to fetch all the games by you, and I'll just add them in the database that will store and create the analysis of them, and you can then review them anytime you want. And in the future, then we'll be thinking about the historical chess analysis and all of those details. But that is way, way back, way to the future. Not way, way to the future, but at least it will take a few more streams to be able to reach that level where we'll be able to do some kind of a historical search and find similar ideas to where you failed in a particular game and try to show you in which previous games have you failed like that. I was actually exploring something regarding that on Leeches. So Leeches has a puzzler where it can automatically create puzzles, and the way it does it is by creating different board positions and a bunch of different moves in them, and then classifying them into different tags. So if you can use a similar tagging method in our games, if I can create something that can add tags to them, then maybe we can do some kind of a idea based filtering where we can find similar ideas on what you have failed on in before, and then pick all of them up and then show you that all of your games as puzzles. That would be a pretty interesting idea, right? If I can just show you all the games where you have done a blunder before, and those blunders will now become puzzles for you, like what should you play instead, and that will help you decode your own games. So that would be more personalized in that sense, where you will be actually learning from your own games instead of having some random puzzles from the positions that you might have never achieved. But in your own games, you will have a better idea on why and how you reach that position. And it must be pretty common for you to reach positions like that because that's your gaming style. So yeah, that will make sense. So that will come from the tagging part, which I think we will be covering most probably in the next stream. And in fact, that really reminds me that I should add the tagging part in the readme as well. I had remembered it before the stream, but then I completely forgot during the stream. So this is the one. I think I should make it up or whatever. They are not ordered anyway. So adding a chess game and move tagging system to filter similar ideas from historical games and create custom puzzles. So yeah, that would be really cool, I think. Okay, this is gonna take some time for sure. We have added a bunch of features, and they make the system slow for sure. What time does their game review take? I've only already reviewed this game once, and I think theirs is pretty fast to be honest. Let's really be honest there. It doesn't take more than 1 minute. I have never seen it take that. But yeah, let's just try to see how this game went and try to analyze it and compare it with our model. So start the review. So yeah, best part is this move has proven strong in countless games. So if only our game summary will be ready, I'll try to compare it. Fail to call tool game summary. Oh no. Oh no, why would he fail? Oh man, please don't say that. Is it some kind of a timeout thing? Does it have a timeout configured by default? Why would it fail, dude? Does it not show the error? No results received from client side tool execution. Upload desktop. Oh, it is a bug, is it? So there's no way to. So it's talking about an environment variable, but I'm not sure if it is for Cloud Code or is it for no Cloud Desktop. Can we check that? Which application is it for? MCP timeout needs to be configurable. Yeah, this is for Cloud Code, right? I want it for Cloud Desktop because there's no point in generating this answer anymore because, you know, we are not able to get the output because of the timeout. Should I reduce the time the stockfish is getting even further and reduce the depth to 3 maybe just for testing right now? Maybe it will get only 0.2 seconds and the depth will be 3. That's how it is now. Let's see. So we'll have to again close this. This is the worst experience they can give. That's why they are launching Cloud Code and it's only for subscribed users, I think. Makes total sense. I If I was doing it for a paying, if you guys were kind enough to be paying me on the chat, I would have definitely uh worked on this because this is really like too much for me. This development environment, this stupid development environment. I'm gonna retry this with no changes. Hopefully the MCP server should take care of this and it should not take as much as time. because I've reduced it by a lot now. If it still takes a lot of time for Claude to run it, well, the time needs to be really configurable. Otherwise, it's just so annoying. Claude Desktop, is there something like that? It should be kind of old. Claude Desktop released a while back. This Agents SDK and something is pretty latest in that sense, I think. There is no SDK for Claude Desktop, which makes sense. Why would they keep it? MCP timeout again. If there's anything else, MCP timeout with Claude Desktop. Yeah, that's exactly my issue. And when using Claude Desktop attempts to retrieve the list of available tools using the tools list method, the MCP server returns an error instead of the expected tool list. Where is the MCP timeout with Claude Desktop here? That makes no sense. I think they have some kind of a 5 minute or something. Uh, oh, did you get a response now? Finally? Oh, okay. This time it got a response. Cool. So I'll try to configure it in a. I'll push with this time so that you guys can also work with your Claude Desktop and don't have to face the same issue. But till then, let's try to analyze this. I'm just gonna add it so I don't forget it afterwards. So I'm gonna git add main.py. So yeah, this should be enough. Let's go back to our Claude setup and let's see the main analysis here. And also let's look at the way our response is generated. So we can see we have the move count, my move score, and the best line. Okay, that's good enough. So we are seeing 4 moves as our best line. But why is the same move repeated 3 times? Oh my god, there is a bug. We'll have to do it 3 times. Guys. ah. Okay, what's the bug? Why are we getting the same move again and again? Oh, because there's no one who's doing board.push, is it? Yeah, yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Cool. At least we found it. Otherwise, we could have just read the analysis and we would have thought, hey, it's fucking cool, because MCP would have taken care of those things and we would have never known. Uh, Fixed bug on best line generation. This should just work now. So many comments, so many comments. And now I have to restart Cloud Code because that's the development environment I'm working with. I'm definitely gonna get a API next time we are doing the stream. I'm not working with this anymore. I can't deal with this stupidity. This is so annoying. Like why can't I just connect to a HTTP server locally? Like it's obviously to upsell their Cloud Code server, right? There's no other good reason for that. Like there's seriously no other good reason for that. And again, I want to keep it on this side, and I will move this on the other side. Yeah, this works. Now I should be able to copy the game or just retry the generation with no changes. And this should be just the final run. Hopefully everything will work now. And we are under the time for sure. So cool. Well, this would finally be the end of the stream. It has been going for a pretty long time. I have not streamed for this long. After the research paper streams, I think those were the streams where I was doing pretty long streams because at the time I was in college, I was really more available as such as compared to now. Now my cognitive load and my physical load is not that available. It's just it's a lot going on. But yeah, at college times I used to do a lot bigger streams, I think. At least like the initial few streams from the research paper thing were pretty big because I was at Pune at the time. I was doing an internship in React.js and I was working on the research papers on the weekends when I was on leave. And yeah, that's when I was working on that research paper, and I thought I should work on the whole research paper live. But when it came to writing about that research paper, I just gave up. It was just so much, and I didn't really follow on that. We should actually do that. We should actually try to do some kind of live research again. We should try to experiment with more neuron architectures or activation functions and stuff like that. Sticking to the basics, trying to optimize something that actually gives you more power if you can just extend it naturally. So you have all of these transformers, JEPAs, all of these interesting architectures are there already available for you to train something good. But if you can fundamentally improve something, if you can fundamentally improve a neuron, you don't have to change anything else. You just have to change the neuron inside of the module, and you should see an improvement overall. So I think that are some really interesting research papers to work on right now. And our game analysis is generated. Let's just look at the moves to see if now they are generated perfectly or not. I think it will take a while for it to get them in the right format after it is done with generating the answer. So let's just wait a little bit more. Oh, wow. It has done a lot this time. It has been generating charts and something for the moves and everything. Damn, there's a lot Claude is doing for this. Let's see. And it says also, oh my God, it's just going all in. I think it's just because we have improved the context size. Now it has a lot more to say. So once it will be done with its generation, we can start comparing. It's gonna reduce the size a little bit on this and increase it a little bit on here because the text is more dense here. So now let's look at the moves just to make sure. E4, E5, knight F3, knight F6, and yeah, now the lines make way more sense. So cool. Now we have the lines integrated. So let's see how good of a summary it is generating. Yeah, anyone with sevens, whatever. So first move. This was a dramatic 5-minute blitz game where White, rated 160 points lower, achieved a stunning victory through tactical complications and a spectacular endgame. Despite Black's higher rating, the game was decided by critical mistakes in the middle game that led to forced checkmate sequence. Key statistics: total moves 42, game duration 4 minutes 20 seconds, critical turning point, move 11, Black's queen a5 blunder, final evaluation, checkmate. Okay, that was a game summary of some sense. Let's look at the review. So, move to d5, Black's first inaccuracy. Evaluation shift from 0.27 to 0.15. After offering a pawn sacrifice in the Sicilian, while this is not a terrible move, it's inferior to the standard knight c6, which should maintain accuracy. Your best move was to develop knight and attack the center. So this is matching till now. Good. And White can now capture the pawn, exd5, and maintain comfortable advantage. Move for a6. So all of this, it's not really talking about it. It's just talking on the inaccuracies, I think. Who is it analyzing it from is the question. Actually, I think we should rerun this by telling it I was playing from black or something. Otherwise, it will just do some random evaluations. Yeah, just the last part. Oh my god, I've been doing this for so many times. Must be getting annoying for you guys by now, but just I know I just want to do a perfect evaluation on the prompt that we are using, and I want to give the side because it can be the cases sometimes where it analyzes from the other side and it gets confusing for you. So we need to use the perfect prompt for this. So yeah, just a lot of waiting time, and the stream is keep getting longer. It's already 4.5 hours in. I mean, we need to close this. It's just this game comparison we are gonna do, and we are gonna close this. And I was playing super bad in this game, so there's yeah. If you judge me, cool. Roast me in the comment section. I'll try to roast you back. But yeah, this was it, right? I just can't help it. It was a bad game, and it has been bad from the very first move, as we just saw. So we'll see how good it compares to the chess.com analysis bot, and if it works equivalently fine, then we have something ready on our hands and we can start working on more advanced features where we will be upgrading from the chess.com part. We'll be going beyond that. Also, one more thing that I wanted to check, which I just got reminded of, was that does chess.com allow us to provide insights if I play a different move? It does. Okay, it evaluates again. Okay, so it does that. Cool. So we also want something like that where if our opponent plays a different move, we should be able to evaluate it as well, and it should be from both sides. So this should also be oh, so with chess.com it's not from both sides. So so if I do this and I try to do this, now it will evaluate. Oh, for the first move it doesn't evaluate. Okay, cool. Based on the detailed analysis, here's a comprehensive breakdown of your game as black. You faced white, playing an opening in the Sicilian defense that transitioned into an unbalanced position. Despite starting with 164 point advantage, okay, whatever. D5 first inaccuracy, minus 0.69 evaluation loss. Yep, makes sense. You played an aggressive but premature central break. Better was D6, keep a solid Sicilian structure, allowed white to open the center favorably. Then we have A6, which they are calling an unnecessary side move. You should have recaptured with knight xg4. This loses time in the opening, but development is critical. Okay, this is a different line this time, which is interesting. Develops knight and attacks the center. This is extremely different actually. Then bishop g4. Yeah, you lost control of the equal position and now you're worse. And what does it say about it? The bishop development is premature and technically flawed. Again, nice x d5 was essential to win back the pawn. Okay, you're now down a full pawn with poor piece coordination. Okay, and I mean they're pretty much saying the same things, but the language is pretty much different. I'm not sure which one I like more. I understand that the bishop development is premature. It makes sense. Technically flawed is not really something happening here. There are no tactics, I assume. But again, knight x5 was essential to win the pawn back. That actually makes some sense. But okay, now g6 is another significant error. Where is g6? Okay, weakening your king side unnecessarily. Knight b6 was better. Okay. Activate your knight and eyeing down the d5 pawn. Okay, so it really wants to go over that point. You left your pawn unprotected. And you are talking about which pawn? Okay, it is talking about a different pawn. So if I have gone there, I could have protected this pawn, is his idea. Okay, because now I'll be developing. Makes sense. Again, both of them make sense, but what would have Stockfish said about this move is the question then. What if I had played here? Right on target. Oh, knight b6 is actually the best move. So it's good. Because from Stockfish's analysis, I was assuming this was the best move. I assume both of them are the best moves somehow. Is it actually exactly the same? No, the other one is somewhat better, but I think that's just the time you give to it. But okay. Middle game collapse. Move element. Queen a5. Catastrophic blunder. minus 3.56 swing. This queen move walks into a devastating tactical shot. You should have played GXF5, accepting doubled pawns but maintaining material. White immediately pushed with knight x g7, check, winning your bishop. So we are talking about move 11. So somewhere we reached move 11, I think. Which move is it talking about? Queen a5. So this was a significant blunder because my bishop could be taken without a fight. I could have, yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure why I did that even. What could have been my idea? Oh, okay, okay, I get it. My idea was that the knight is never gonna escape from here. But yeah, that happened pretty poorly. You will see. So yeah, it is still not able to tell why I played a move. Like it should have been had some understanding about. So that is one more thing that is being a gap right now, which I see. And there's also a gap with chess.com where it is not able to explain why might I have played that move. It is just saying that you are making this mistake, but it's not showing that you might be thinking that this is a move here, but this is actually not working because of this, and that's why you should have played this. That would have made me feel so much better about this, but I think it's just fine. He just did that. And then rook d6, game losing move. Placing your rook on a vulnerable square, rook hf8 was necessary to keep pieces coordinated. After this, wise attack became unstoppable with queen x e7 plus. This is what he's talking about? No, knight d6. Oh, yeah. And then it's finally move 18. That's what I'm trying to get at. Have you already passed it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Rook d6 and then king march. Yeah. Missed defensive chances despite being lost in a position. You had several opportunities to prolong resistance. Knight h6 5. Rook x e5 keeps your rook active and keeps better defenses. Move 24. I think mostly the point that we are getting at is that it is performing better. Not better in the sense it is giving more insights because it has more chat options available to it. That makes sense. You allowed opponent to win a knight by pinning a piece. You had an opportunity to capture a pawn and win material after follow-up trades. So what should I have played here instead? Rook x e5. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Move 28. Rook f6 was more resilient though. So yeah, I think the better part of the picture is that it is giving me insights on move level, and that also makes sense. But with this, I can just get a summary on which move should I focus on, and it is able to provide me way more insights into the move as compared to the chess.com ones because like basically it has less text to be able to explain that. And also I think the line is somewhat helping. I'm not really sure the impact of the line is there because it is not able to show me like what did you exactly miss or something. So that is still a issue that we'll have to look into. I wanted lines like it could have explained ki if you would have played this instead, you could have followed up with this line and that would have helped. Um, but it is not showing that, which is kind of bad, which goes against the rule somehow. It should have shown me the complete line. It is just explaining me why you should have done something, but it is not going till the end of how would that thing have converted for you or what kind of board position could you have expected at the end of it all. So yeah, so that is something that is still missing from here. So we'll see. We'll have to add the pretty much some more context for that. But I think it is comparable to the chess.com one. So if I go to move 18 to see the comparison between their analysis again, if only it can move. Move 28. Where is that? Knight xb7, knight e3. Okay, knight e3. Rook f6 was more resilient. This is the strongest option, and though the position was already hopeless. Okay, yeah, that makes obvious sense why that was bad. Your king was hunting across the board, multiple better defensive tries existed, but at this point there is no sense. Oops, you gave up a knight. That's all he's saying. So yeah, I think there are some gaps. I think that uh there are some things that could have improved on, and also these kind of moves it is showing makes a lot of sense. So this is something we can think about adding in our UI. But yeah, I think there is still some way we need to reach till the chess.com one, but we are still getting some decent accuracy in terms of explanation. And I think it will work better in complex situations where the chess.com is starts to hallucinate. So I've seen some games where if you are inputting something, the chess.com bot also starts to hallucinate, saying that there is a pin or something when there is actually no pin at all, or there is no piece at a particular position, which the chess.com bot is saying. So I think those kind of gaps we are also facing right now, and chess.com developers must have gone through the same thing to be able to finally develop this bot. So it's a bit of a process. We'll try to improve it further. But right now, I think it is pretty much comparable to chess.com. And there are few things where we are doing better, and there are few things where they are doing better. And we just need to work on them. And if that is done, we can actually get something good out of them. And also, uh, for each analysis we are giving, we might need to think of some kind of a output from the model. So for something like this, so for example, where it showed like the follow-up thing, right? So if I go back here, it showed this follow-up. You gave up a knight. So gave up was a keyword, some kind of a keyword that triggers a move, like that triggers to show the next move. So if there's something that is obvious for the move, they are doing some kind of a output protocol where if they gave up in the word as a keyword, then it should also show what you are giving up when you hover over it. So these kind of protocol based outputs, we need the LLM to be able to give them. So when you are chatting with it, it can actually show you these kind of cue cards the same way it is being shown up here. And when you hover over it, you will be shown a board which can show you which exact position is the LLM talking about. And that would be pretty cool. So I think that should be one more thing in the readme, the to-do list. So add support to show board. We have standard outputs from LLM between conversation to generate cue cards in. Because that will make all of this much better. Like the whole analysis will be much better if, for example, for every move that is shown, let's just say for every move that the chess bot has shown till now, if it could have just shown you, if you could have hovered over it and you would have seen the board, or if you would have clicked it, your board would have changed according to that position. That would have made the analysis way more easier. So we need to have that in the UI, and for that we need to have some kind of a standard output structure defined in the system instruction inside of the LLM that you can follow so that we can generate that kind of a UI. So that's something that is left, and we need to add that for that convenience part. But okay, for the logic part, I think it is pretty much comparable to chess.com. It's just the convenience part that we have to still work on, and all of these things are on that only. It was also able to tell you that this was a more resilient move, even though the position is still bad, but I was not able to show it to you like this. So it's more of a convenience matter right now than the logic matter. So we have to still work on it. So yeah, that's the next steps for us. I have added this also, so I'll add this readme as well. And that would be all for the stream today. I think it's already more than enough for the stream today, to be honest. It's been a pretty long stream. We have been here for what, 4 hours, 50 minutes. That's way more than I expected it to be. And I just kept on going. I didn't expect to go for this long. I was thinking I'll do some basic stuff and then we'll do a stream tomorrow again. But it just kept prolonging. I just had to work on it. Yeah, things just happen. But yeah, it was fun. We were able to make a lot of progress and we also explored a bunch of different ideas. And I'm happy that I'm updating the to-do list like a lot because I need to add as many features as I can think of so that we can clear these off once by one. So I want to write all of these ideas. It's more of a brainstorming sheet for me right now, this readme. So I'm happy about that as well. And I think it was a pretty good stream as we were able to make some progress and we'll also able to refactor the code a bit so that it can be easier for us to write the tests and everything right now. So we would be able to work on it next. And we have chosen Vue as our framework. So we'll see how that works out for us. So I'll start learning a bit about that so that we can start working on the UI in the next stream and maybe get something done. But for that, to get the front end stream, you will have to first tell me in the comment section if you really want the front end to be a part of stream or not. Otherwise, I'll just work on the front end in the background and then we can stream about more of the logic part. And those stream will be more infrequent because I'll have to work on these things in the parallel as well and I'll have to stream when I'm working on the next logic part only. But yeah, let me know in the comments down below. That will be all from the stream today. I'm just gonna update this. So see you next time. Bye bye.